Well, thank you, everybody, and welcome to the CILIS Islamic Studies Conference for 2022. It's a great pleasure to welcome students who will be presenting today from all around the world, and we're particularly pleased to welcome students from as far away as Saudi Arabia and Nigeria, our first Nigerian participant. But there are many people here will be speaking today who've come from very distant places, and everybody is, of course, welcome, including those who didn't travel very far, whether virtually or not. The aim of this conference is to give students who are working on Islamic studies an opportunity to meet, share their ideas and receive feedback both from other students, but also from experienced scholars working in their field who will be their mentors today and chair the panels. The idea for this event goes back to an initiative of Professor Virginia Hooker, Professor Barry Hooker, and Professor Merle Rickliffs, who took students studying Islamic issues at ANU and took them to Professor Rickliff's house at Mount Beauty up in the mountains, where they had a workshop presenting and discussing and receiving feedback from mentors. That became the basis of the conference, which CILIS has now been running for several decades. And we hope it will continue for many decades to come, but we always like to begin by recognizing the people who had the idea that began this event. And the core of it has always been students working in this area, receiving feedback from colleagues and from experienced scholars who they would not otherwise have an opportunity to make contact with. The program for today is based on 15-minute presentations of students' current research. Each speaker has been allocated 15 minutes, and after the 15-minute presentation, they will have the opportunity to answer questions from the audience, from other members of their panel, from the chair of their panel, and from the mentors in general. If you want to ask a question of a speaker, there's two ways you can do it. Put your question in chat or raise your hand and put the question verbally. There is no Q&A facility today. It's a question in chat or raise your hand. It is extremely important that all presenters today stick closely to the schedule. Do not exceed the 15 minutes. If you go over the 15 minutes, we will have to cut you off, unfortunately, because if you exceed your allocated time, that will mean that speakers later on will miss out, which would be unfair. So it is extremely important again, and I asked all the mentors who chair the panels to be ruthless about time. Speakers must not be allowed more than 15 minutes. The mentors are a core part of today's session, both chairing the sessions, asking questions, but also speaking to the students in their panel after the session is completed. So after your 15 minutes is over and the 15 minutes of questions has been completed, each member of that panel will then be placed in a breakout room with their mentor for one-on-one discussion of their research and presentation. And that is an opportunity then to get feedback from an experienced scholar. That will happen after each panel, but you are encouraged, please, to rejoin the conference proceedings after that. And in fact, I would ask everybody who's joined us this morning, please, to stay online for as much of the day as you possibly can, in particular for the sessions this afternoon after lunch. Just as you'll be grateful for support this morning, so students later on today will be grateful for your support too. So please spend as much time as you can at the conference today. A reminder to everybody that the draft program is available on the conference website if you don't already have it, and full abstracts and bio details of speakers are available there as well. So the chairs will just give brief introductions to the speakers. You can find more details about them all by going to the relevant websites. Please note that this conference is going to be recorded, in fact, is being recorded and may be published online at a later stage. If you don't want your video uploaded to the website, please let Catherine Taylor know, and Catherine Taylor's email is in the chat, and switch off your video when you are not speaking. Likewise, if you have technical difficulties today, please send an email to Catherine Taylor and let her know, and she will work with you to assist. Now, before I go any further, I would like to introduce the mentors. And I'll introduce them in the order in which they'll be speaking. First, I should introduce myself. My name is Tim Lindsay. I'm Director of the Centre for Indonesian Law, Islam and Society here in the Melbourne Law School. And it's my great pleasure to host this event today.
It's where the two bench sets will be, and I've got the 5 people in the middle, and it's off to the right, near the door.
Somebody's got their speaker. The next mentor this morning will be Dr. Jeremy Kingsley from Swinburne University.
Hello. So that's what
Thanks for joining us, Jeremy. Emeritus Professor Greg Feely from ANU. Dr. Dina Afrianti from La Trobe University. Hi, Dina. And
hi, everyone.
Joining us later this afternoon will be Dr. Nadir Shah Hossain from Monash University. So our mentors come from a range of universities around Australia, and we're very grateful to them for giving up their time for this event. Thank you all. I also want to introduce to you Helen Pausaka, who is Deputy Director of the Centre for Indonesian Law, Islam and Society, and Catherine Taylor, who is manager of our centre and who will be managing the technological aspects of today's event. Catherine, is there anything you want to add before we go on?
No, I think you've covered everything. Thanks, Tim.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. And just a reminder to everybody, if you have technical difficulties, please do contact Catherine. Okay, I think that's all I want to cover by way of introduction. Safe to say that one of the other aims of this conference is to build networks between students working in this area. So I would invite you all to make contact with other students if you think their research is relevant to yours, and to build on those contacts to establish networks for research in the future. We'll now move to our first session today, which is on Islamic cultures. I'll be chairing this session, and speakers are Ahmad Fuad Fanani, who is a PhD candidate in the Department of Political and Social Change at the Australian National University, Wawan Cherdikwan, who is a PhD candidate, again at ANU in the Crawford School of Public Policy, Hamza Surbuland, who is working on a Master of Arts by Research in the University of Melbourne's Asia Institute, and Alamgir, who is a PhD scholar at RMIT University here in Melbourne. Ahmad Fuad Fanani, who is our first speaker, will be talking on the rise and decline of progressive Muslims within Muhammadiyah, 1995 to 2020. And a reminder, if you want to see details of the presentations, you can go to the conference website to see the abstracts. Fuad, I invite you to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Good morning, everyone. This is great honor for me to present my research project. Thank very much from the CILIS University of Melbourne for organizing this postgraduate conference, Pak Tim Lindsay, my supervisor, Pak Greg Feely, and all the participants. My presentation is about the rise and decline of progressive Muslim within Muhammadiyah. This is the outline of my presentation. And Indonesia, this is the background. Indonesia sees itself and has international image as moderate, tolerant, and democratic Muslim majority nation. Even though most Indonesia are Muslim, the Muslim community doesn't impose Islam to become the state principle or not to drive Indonesia into Islamic state. Progressive Islamic movement is given much of the credit for Indonesia moderation and pluralism. They encourage religious pluralism, human rights, and gender equality for Muslims. Much has been written on progressive Islam in Indonesia, but most scholarship on progressivism mostly focus on Nahdlatul Ulama, the Indonesia largest Islamic organization, and largely ignore contribution of other major organizations. But actually, that's not only the source of progressive Muslim thought. The starting point of my research is that some predominantly conservative organizations have also produced progressive thinkers who have had a significant but often under-recognized influence on Indonesia Islam. My thesis is about Indonesia's second largest Islamic organization, Muhammadiyah, which I will argue has also made a major contribution to progressivism. The puzzle of my research is why did progressive thought and activism emerge and flourish for more than a decade within an organization with a long history of conservatism? How to account for Muhammadiyah progressivism in 1990s and decline in the mid-2000s? What had been the impact of Muhammadiyah progressive thought and action on Indonesian politics and society? There are many divisions of the progressive Muslim. I give the three examples. Omid Shafi defined progressive as Muslims who are committed to strive for a just and pluralistic society and democratic value through the new understanding of Islamic source. And Martin Brunison argued that progressive Muslims are Islamic thinkers and activists who are offering and promoting non-literal reinterpretation of Islamic concept. While Soros Irfani from Iran define progressive Islam in the left context, represent anti-authoritarian expression like anti-imperialist and capitalism. I met from many definitions and understanding of progressive Muslim from the scholar. I met three characteristics of progressive Islam. The first is progressivism, believe that many Islamic scripture and tenet require no interpretation to adapt to modern condition and challenge. And the second, progressive Muslim emphasis on social justice, gender equality, human rights, and harmonious interfaith relation. And the third is they are combining traditional Islamic scholarship with modern Western thought and methods such as hermeneutic, critical thought, and liberation theology. Therefore, progressive Islam can be applied to a wide range of thinkers who have a commitment to this characteristic. In my research, I used two theories. The first is epistemic community theory, and the second is political economy theory. Epistemic community I will use to analyze the contestation of ideologies or specific set of ideas, and the political economy I will apply to analyze about the interest and the contestation of the structure in Muhammadiyah about the progressive and conservative. Before I going to present my research finding, I will give the brief explanation about Muhammadiyah. Muhammadiyah is founded by Ahmad Dahlan in 1912. Muhammadiyah has two core ideas. The first is the importance of purification of Islamic teaching by urging return to Quran and the Sunnah. And the second is the practice of ijtihad or personal interpretation in understanding and applying Islamic doctrine. In the context of the early 20th century, Dahlan and Muhammadiyah leaders were very progressive. They were agents of Islamic reform and progressive change. And progressivism at that time is not same as now. At the time, progressivism correct with the introduction of reformist Islam, how to reform and modernize Islam to be compatible with modern world, and how to improve the backwardness of Muslim condition. And progressivism at the time also correlate to the establishment of the modern institution related to the basic needs of Muslims, such as education, welfare, and health. Muhammadiyah also established Aisyah, the first Islamic women organization in Indonesia in 1917 to promote women empowerment. And this organization also involved in nationalism, anti-colonialism movement. This is the another story of the Muhammadiyah. What happened in Muhammadiyah from 1940s until to 1990s? Muhammadiyah after Dahlan era focused on reformist agenda of opposing tahayul or delusion, bid'ah, religious innovation without precedent in the Quran and the prophetic tradition, and khurafat or superstition or irrational belief. Muhammadiyah is also preoccupied with social activities, and this organization too much concentration on welfare service or amal usaha, and it led to the stagnation of about the progressivism. In this period, Muhammadiyah seemed to be conservative and puritanical organization. It did not produce any new religious and social thought and did not create any innovation. This is research method that I use for my thesis and my presentation this morning. I conduct online interview when I cannot go to Indonesia last year, and early this year I interview with 35 informant both from progressivism and conservatism, and I also interview some of the Muhammadiyah members who involved in other conservative group. When I can go to Indonesia, I do the field work during May, the early May until the end of July in Indonesia. I do the face-to-face interview with for leader and activists, mostly with the conservative and the young activists in Jakarta, Yogyakarta, Surabaya, Malang, Makassar, Padang, and Bukit Tinggi. And the source of written my data is also from the official document, book, article, and statement. And this is the research finding. In Muhammadiyah, progressive Islam is contested concept and discourse. And this is also continuing question of my research. What is progressive and what is progressive? And there is no single understanding within Muhammadiyah toward progressive agenda. So this is depend on political context. Some leader in some period, for example, during Suharto become very progressive, but after that being very conservative. And the leader political position, sometimes they are very progressive, but after that become conservative. Also the background of education, level of leadership, and interest. In general, there are two contested groups and ideas in Muhammadiyah toward progressivism. The first is they are politically progressive for the leader who are pro-democracy and human rights, but socially and religiously conservative. They are reluctant to the interfaith dialogue, do not the respect or the reluctant to the non-Muslim and gender equality. But in the other group, they are people or the leader and activists who are politically progressive and socially religiously progressive. So they are being like the oppositely progressive because they are like the full progressive, not only in the some part of the progressive. And I do the categorize the progressivism and progressive conservatism based on their agreement and endorse to the intellectual and practical agenda of progressive, such as political right and democratic political system, for the woman right and gender equality, and the third for the religious right and religious pluralism. In my research, I found that there is the new development about the rise of progressivism in Muhammadiyah in 1995. This is happened during the 43 Muktamar or Congress in Banda Aceh in 1995, that there is a transition from the older ulama or Islamic scholar to younger progressive leaders such as Amin Rais, Syafi'i Ma'arif, Amin Abdullah, Munir Mulhan, Syafiq Muhni, and others. And many of them were graduated from Western University and scholar of progressive approach to Islam. And since 1995, there is also the introduction of the new initiative in Muhammadiyah, such as interfaith dialogue and dakwah cultural or cultural religious outreach. And there is also transformation of the Majlis Tarjih as Muhammadiyah Central Fatwa Issuing Council under the leadership of Amin Abdullah. Majlis Tarjih become critical to fostering new progressive discourse and position in Muhammadiyah because of ruling on Islamic law and practice. And since 1995, this Majlis also include women board member for this time and produce innovative ijtihad to solve contemporary problem. In my research, from my interview, there are 4 critical factors of progressivism in Muhammadiyah from 1995 until 2005. The first is the increasing urban middle class plus access to new progressive thinker.
5 minutes, Pak Fuad.
Yeah, Pak Tim. Young intellectual in Muhammadiyah attained postgraduate degrees and had broader access to the new reading of progressive Islam and social science. And this new generation has as well to bring religious, intellectual, and social change in Muhammadiyah, and they influence to the transition of leadership during 1990s. And the second is declining authoritarian power and prospect of political liberalization and democratization. The declining of authoritarian Suharto regime in 1990s stimulated Muhammadiyah leader to reform its political, social, and religious orientation and to urging to the importance of democratic political system. And the third is the rivalry with other Islamic organizations, particularly with NO. Muhammadiyah is often seen behind the NO and less receive national and international attention, and this have been crucial to the development of progressivism in Muhammadiyah. And the fourth is the rising influence of progressivism internationally and in Indonesia. The movement like the renewal religious movement or gerakan pembaruan keagamaan influence some prominent young figure in Muhammadiyah. They absorb progressive Islamic interpretation that gives spirit and inspiration to respond to contemporary social and political development. There is another story what happened in Muhammadiyah about the conservative outrage after 2000. Muhammadiyah progressivism drew a lot of criticism from several Muhammadiyah members from the late 90s, especially from the Majlis Tabligh or the Council of Religious Propagation. This council made massive campaign about the danger of progressive thought. They used Tabligh magazine, here I give some example, to criticize hermeneutic, pluralism, liberalism, gender, and other progressive ideas. There is also criticism from the Warga Muhammadiyah Peduli Syariah or the Muhammadiyah member committed to Islamic Syariah. And this group published its objection to tafsir thematic, and they use many ways to such as Friday sermon. And the backlash of conservative to progressive group in Muhammadiyah reached its peak in Congress in 2005. During the Congress, conservative made negative campaign against progressivists and persuade Muhammadiyah members not to choose the leader from progressive. And as a result, some progressive leaders did not hold position in the list of Muhammadiyah Central Board in 2005. And the effort of conservatism within Muhammadiyah to marginalize progressive group did not end in 2005 Congress. Conservative and Majlis Tabligh are continuing to undermine progressive thought via their preaching and publication. And there is until now the contestation between progressive and conservative in Muhammadiyah. And from the decline of progressivism since 2005,
one minute.
Yeah, the key factor caused the decline. This is about the success of conservative fight back against progressive, the conservative turn, like the influence of Wahhabi and Salafi, the MUI fatwa in 2005 that became the legitimation of Muhammadiyah member, the phenomenon of dual membership between PKS and or Prosperous Justice Party, and the new one is about the religious and political polarization since 2040 Indonesian presidential election. And the conclusion is that intellectual and ideologies or ideas contribute to the rise and decline of progressivism, and the high point of progressivism took from 1995 to 2005, and there is a decline since 2005. Thank you very much. Welcome to the feedback and questions. Thank you, Pak Tim.
Thank you very much, Pak Fuad, for a very interesting discussion of an area that's not often covered in the literature. So our next speaker is Wawan Cerdikwan, also from ANU, who will talk about religious regulations and persecution in contemporary Indonesia, a case study of Ahmadiyya. Thank you very much, Wawan.
Yeah, let me share my presentation. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today. My name is Wawan Cerdikwan. I'm here to present my ongoing research with the title Religious Regulation and Persecution in Contemporary Indonesia, a case study of Ahmadiyya community. Before I start, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Professor Tim Leslie and also my supervisor Greg Philly and everyone who has allocated your time and attend this session. Thank you. This is So this is the outline of my presentation from research background to conclusion. So as a research background, you may wonder what is Ahmadiyya. There are three reasons why Ahmadiyya are not recognized as a Muslim. First, Ahmadiyya teaching believe that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad as a prophet after Muhammad. That is contradict with other Islamic belief. And also Ahmadiyya has another holy site apart from Makkah and Medina. And also Ahmadiyya believe the Tazkirah, the holy book next to Al-Quran. As a result, many Muslim organizations, especially in Indonesia, do not accept Ahmadiyya as member of the community, Muslim community, and the violence against Ahmadiyya has increased dramatically over the last 20 years. And then how the government do react on these situations? Since 2008, central government and local government enacted a lot of regulations, especially after 2008. Yeah, such as like there are 24 regions, province and regencies and municipalities issues regulation on banning Ahmadiyya. According to Rompi, these rules have frequently made Ahmadiyya followers more targeted and prejudiced and prosecutions. And then, based on the Grimm and Fink research, they found that government regulation significantly affect and the most directed associated with the religious persecutions. As the research puzzles, government regulations significantly affect and is directly associated with the religious persecution, as Grimm and Fink found in his research. But it challenged by Indonesian case that not all regulations followed by persecutions. Yeah, even though Ahmadiyya live in 70 districts and cities, we can see here like 17 districts and cities has persecution and has a regulation and persecution, but not in 10 districts in Indonesia. There is the regulation, but there is no persecutions. Yeah, that's why by research puzzles, why those regulations the implementation of regulation is very widely implemented, and Ahmadiyya followers are frequently persecuted in some districts, but now in another district they can live peacefully. Yeah. And then my research questions and why Ahmadiyya community is persecuted in some regions in Indonesia, but not in other regions. And then what are the conditions that underpin the religious persecution of Ahmadiyya followers? What are the conditions that underpin the religious persecution of Ahmadiyya followers? So my research design, I'm using a comparative case study research design. Since Ahmadiyya followers live in 70 districts and cities in Indonesia, and West Java province is most populous Ahmadiyya followers. That's why my research focus will focus on West Java. Yeah, and then it categorized based on those categories. There's the 4 categories that as mentioned before. The presence of regulation or persecutions. There are 4 categories on those each district, and I focusing on we make a case study on three cities, Depok City, Bogor, and Bandung, that represent each category. There's persecution, there is the regulation and persecution, there is a regulation but no persecution in Bogor City, and then there is no regulation but there is a persecution in Bandung City. So I'm also conducting qualitative research method by doing fieldwork, interview, something like that. I will tackle later. But now I will talk about this is my conceptual research framework. This is how I conduct this research, and I found that religious violence occur as consequences of political competition, as many scholars say. But we can see here that there are three factors influence the religious persecutions. There are a patronage network, religious leaders, and civic association ties. But for this presentation, I will only focus in how patronage network affect the religious persecution as part of local political competitions. So this is my research findings. This is the summary of my research finding. In Depok and in Bandung, there is the regulation and there is the persecution on Ahmadiyya. We can see here in Depok and Bandung, they have high political competition, and incumbent need to raise their Islamic profile for local elections. And the political incumbent rely on Islamic hardliner group for political support, and then they collaborate with CILIS groups as a broker. And then persecution happened to Ahmadiyya, and then they did the vote mobilizations, and the incumbent are elected. They elected, and then they maintain vigilante group for their political support. It was different with what happened in Bogor when there is no persecution. I found that even though there is the high degree of political competitions, but in Bogor, political incumbents do not rely on hardliner group for political support. They use advanced programmatic campaign strategies, and then that's why they have, like in Bogor, also have moderate vigilante groups, and then the result is no persecution to Ahmadiyya followers. There's no persecution to Ahmadiyya followers. So this is what happened in Depok. I will explain to you for each step. So basically in Depok, the incumbent, there is two major candidate, Nur Mahmud Ismail, for instance, need to increase his Islamic profile, by forming a relationship with FPI. FPI Islamic Defender Group as part of vigilante groups, and signing political contract with 4 demands, including removing Ahmadiyya follower from city of Depok. And then the incumbent collaborate with vigilante groups, with FPI and FPI and Garis. They actively persecute Ahmadiyya followers during campaign periods and after local election. After local election, to show that the vigilante groups have a militant mobs, and that policymakers should hear their voices. And then this is the example of how Ahmadiyya followers has been persecuted. I took this picture. This is what happened in 2010 when Nur Mahmud Ismail ran for second term elections. There are the persecution of Ahmadiyya is increased significantly in 2010. And then what happened after a lot of persecution to Ahmadiyya? The vigilante group do the vote mobilizations. It's mean like the FBI participate in any election related election activities and serve as vote getters for the candidates. In this case, Nur Mahmud Ismail. And then the result for the election votes for Nur Mahdi increased significantly for 43.9% to 61.8% in local election in 2005, and 2010 respectively. And then the candidate also maintained the vigilante group for legal support. And I also interviewed Nur Mahmudi Ismail at the time in May 2019, and Nur Mahmudi said that Ahmadiyya doctrine is heretical, and the local government should take action to minimize the activity of Ahmadiyya by issuing local regulations. And he said that he grateful to the religious authorities and Islamic organization who improve the worship improve the worship environment in the neighborhood. Yeah.
5 minutes. One.
Okay. This is also happened in Depok. They also issue a local regulation on banning Ahmadiyya, yeah, in 2011. And then what happened in Bogor? In Bogor, it was treated differently, yeah, in which Padiani and also in Bima area did not actively participate in Ahmadiyya activities, yeah, but they use and then did not rely on Hadaniya groups, political support, and then they use advanced programmatic campaign strategies as a vote getters, yeah. And then interestingly, in Bogor, the vigilante groups were not work individually. They work as under coordination of Bogor Muslim community in persuading local government. It means like the vigilante group also has dealing with the government when there's a dealing with the government and then vigilante groups, and then once local government issued the local regulations, but there is no persecution to Ahmadiyya followers. This is the conclusion of my research. Responding to the persecution of Ahmadiyya followers cannot be answered only through the local regulatory approach, but must also consider political competition at the local level. And then the political competition at the local level include interaction between candidate and vigilante group in the context of patronage network to increase the vote and raise the candidate Islamic profile. And also, the vigilante groups have a privilege to do any movement during the election campaign and be vote getters for the candidate. And the last one, the patronage lead to clientelistic network that the politician need to maintain the loyalty and of the brokers and become long-lasting relationships. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and then hopefully we can discuss later on. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pak Tim.
Thank you very much, Pak Wawan, for a really fascinating presentation, which finished 2 minutes early as well. Our next speaker is Mr. Hamza Surbulan, who is, as I said, an MA candidate in the University of Melbourne. He will speak now about a historical comparison of Maududi and Halak, religion, state, and political theology in Mughal India. Thank you very much, Hamza.
Thank you. Is my sound coming through? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Wonderful.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. So, the Taliban's reimposition of its governance in Afghanistan and recent mass demonstrations against mandatory hijab in Iran bring to the forefront one of the more defining and ever-present tensions for Muslims today. How ought the moral principles of Islam be realized on a collective level? For most modern Islamist political movements, for example, Maududi, Khomeini, Qutb, these are big thinkers, Islamist thinkers, the answer to this question has run through the state. That is, leveraging the weight of state power to coerce a morally sound society is a core principle of modern Islamism. Yet I think Muslims have good empirical, philosophical, theological, and historical reasons to doubt these means. As agents, the means we appropriate invariably affect not just us, but the ends we desire as well. So for Muslims interested in the ends, while still advocating a divergence from a Western secular normativity, the question then becomes, how ought Islamic politics look like? How could it look like? Can it look different? In asking these questions about the future, I propose that answers may lie in the past. I wrote a thesis called Historical Comparison of Maududi and Halak, Religion, State, and Political Theology in Mughal India. It's available on academia.edu. And as you can surmise, there are two protagonists in this work. There's Maulana Maududi, who is a major 20th century Islamist political thinker from the subcontinent, one of the founding figures of Islamism. And there's Professor Wael Halak, who's a contemporary professor of Islamic law, who has put forward strong critiques of Western Enlightenment frameworks as well as Islamism. And these two figures both present normative as well as descriptive claims about how Islamic history looked like and how Muslim politics ought to look like. So what I did is I take their claims and I take their thoughts, and through the lenses of religion, state, and political theology, reference points, I applied them in a particular context. So my thesis had three objectives: testing the empirical viability of Maududi's claims, testing the empirical viability of Halak's claims, and applying them in a particular context. And the context I picked was Mughal India. Mughal India is a major phenomenon in Muslim history, major civilization, very important socio-political, cultural event, I guess, or in Muslim history, and one that neither Maududi nor Halak really connect with or really engage with. So the third objective was then looking at the role of Islam in Mughal political thinking. Now, what I did firstly, I sort of distilled Maududi's ideas and Halak's ideas. So let's go through it quickly. Maududi sees Sharia as a codified legal penal phenomenon. He seeks a homogenized public sphere, a situation where the state is the interpreter and the implementer of Islamic law. The state is responsible for bringing about moral rectitude, strong emphasis on punishment, and a coercive logic. But for Halak, Sharia was a moral legal phenomenon, fluid, pluralistic, unfixed. State power is one actor amongst many. You have the ulama, Sufi brotherhoods, customary law, the local muhalla unit, where ulamas are the interpreters of Islamic law and the state is the implementer. It's a situation where the individual is primarily responsible for his own moral rectification. And there's an emphasis on self-regulation and purification, and the spiritual logic is imbued all throughout. So these are claims about how Muslim history looked like or should have looked like. And I thought, okay, let's test these. What Halak is saying is very interesting alternative to modern Islamism. And they both ground their claims in history. History is very important for mainstream Muslims. It's where legitimacy is derived from, claims to history and authority. So, but before I do that, before I applied it to the Mughal context, I make an important methodological distinction when looking at the scholarship on Mughal India. And I make basically two schools of scholarship. There's a modernist school, inclusive of British colonial, Indian nationalist, Islamist, Marxist, and there's a revisionist school. The modernist school has two main assumptions. It's state-centric, and it sees Islam as a static, culturally intrusive force, confined to legal impulses. The revisionist school has a bottom-up approach, looks at more sources, sees Islam as dynamic and responsive to local context, and recognizes the role, takes seriously the role of mystical and philosophical impulses. So what I do is I pick or I go with the revisionist school because I think it has better methodology, a more comprehensive and more sophisticated methodology, and is more self-critical about its relationship to Islam. So I go with that the revisionist school, and what happens when we look at Mughal India and when we compare Maududi and Halak is as follows. When we look at the how religion looked like, we see Mughal context displaying a society-wide discourse of religion shared in couched norms and terminology, which some scholars call the Islamic discursive tradition. On the level of law as well as popular sentiment, we see references to Sharia functioning discursively as a shared value system, amenable to local concerns, flexible in its application. We see evidence of local, differentiated, and participatory Sharia, directly contradicting the fixed legal sacral system of that unilaterally shapes its subjects, as espoused by Maududi. So Halak comes out stronger than Maududi when we look at religion in the Mughal context. And here I have two examples of some of like the source material I used. these texts, Negotiating Mughal Law and State and Locality in Mughal India, look at primary source documents of the time, Mughal Gujarat and Mughal Maharashtra, and how law actually functioned and how different actors interacted with it. So it's this is sort of like the substance of the claims. When we look at state structures, we find that the state was not an overbearing dictatorial entity as per Maududi, but rather was a co-participant in moral governance alongside local communities. So halak comes out stronger again. And there are three main things to say about state structures in the Mughal era. The first is that we have clear evidence of an independent ulama class, which worked as a constraining factor on the state, giving executive government its moral authority and ensuring that the Mughal executive stayed within certain discursive limits. We see strong local communities. We see which are looking out for their interests, conscious of breaches and good governance. Local authority, especially for the Qazi or the town sheriff, rested on the acquiescence of these community-based mohallas, social groupings, local saints, right? And as such, any centralized state law that was too far out of an organic community understanding was tenuous in its realization, if not acceded to by independent ulama class and local communities. And this is fascinating. So we see this interplay between local communities and the state rather than just top down. And we see a sort of a loosely federalized state setup rather than a unitary state with like an all-powerful leader at the top. We actually, it's a very federalized system, which then explains, of course, the rapid decentralization of the Mughal Empire after a loss of central authority. Or central legitimacy after 1707. So yeah, again, halak comes out stronger than Maududi here, and we see a very, as we said, a more participatory form of governance, especially in the moral lens when we look at the Mughal era. Now, when we look at political theology, we see evidence that coercive impulses to realize moral perfection, via the state, were countered, de-emphasized, or at least complemented by a systemic integration of Sufi, poetic, and philosophical traditions. And this formed a major part of the ideological identity of Mughal elites. And this picture then fits halak better than it does Maududi. Now, what did these impulses or inputs say? So, for example, we have certain types of Sufi influence like the Firdausiya and the Chishtiya orders. Chishtiya order was very big in the Mughal era, which mitigated the application of coercive punishment for religious deviance and emphasized personal ethical rectification. We have the strong influence of a figure like Nasiruddin Tusi, who's an 11th century Muslim figure, but was very big in Mughal India, who wrote rights of Sharia as justice and mutual cooperation, as love as a better binding force than division or government interference. And we, of course, have the poetic tradition, the Persianate poetic tradition, which kind of combines philosophical and spiritual inputs. And we have a quote by Nuruddin Haqqani, who was a Jahangir-era political theorist, who writes, "The world is better served by justice without faith than by the tyranny of a faithful Muslim king." So what we have here is basically evidence of normative discourse stressing the importance of mutual consultation, balancing of social interests, and an independent civic definition of justice, alongside de-emphasizing coercive application of state power in terms of moral governance. Now, these are not just isolated expressions, but was actually reflected in statewide policy and institutional outline. We have the Sulekul, meaning universal peace, which was stemming from Sufi and philosophical thought, which combined cultural hospitality, bureaucratic meritocracy, restraint in operation of punitive apparatus, a degree of religious tolerance. So this was like, an entire sort of state ideology, if you will. This is often considered as non-Muslim, but again, I make the case that if we include it within the Islamic discursive tradition, there's no reason why this can't be considered Muslim. For example,
5 minutes, Hamza.
Okay. For example, we have an Akbar era administrative document that says, administrators should read books by the pious and saintly. We have an Aurangzeb administrative document that says administrators should strive to the public good, emulate mystics of the past, do God's work. So members of the political establishment were regularly advised to learn from the teachings and lives of Sufi figures, with Officers exhorted to read the writings of Ghazali and Rumi to become good administrators. Now, in summary, the Mughal context was one that contained flexible and locally grounded Sharia, had a diffuse state-society power structure, and was enveloped by a spiritually, philosophically grounded Muslim governance ethic. This was a factor that combined to create an atmosphere for a political legal vision that stressed personal ethical cultivation and penitence, and that was open to religious difference. This was a civilizational matrix self-justified within the motifs of Islam. It was seen by the Mughals as Islamic. And so in the Mughal context, Halak's Islamic governance paradigm is supported. Now, there are weaknesses. Halak sort of does overgeneralize Islamic intellectual history. We do see coercive impulses that are there. So it's not just one view that's prevalent, but there are many. But definitely spiritual, philosophical impulses seemed to be more dominant. Now, there are sort of 3 points of significance that I can say. Firstly is that if we broaden the scope of Muslim political action to include the philosophical and the spiritual, as the Mughals themselves did, then we can consider certain aspects of Mughal political culture as positive and worthy of creative emulation. Although the state and social structures of the past won't return, possibilities for rethinking Islamic politics will be better served by further research into the spiritual and philosophical voices that animated medieval Muslim societies. And this occurs not because those societies or those ethics were supposedly secular and non-Muslim, but because they were another type of political Islam. Secondly, the relative empirical vindication of Halak strengthens his universal thesis. However, key ambiguities demand further research and clarification. The exact interaction of intellectual thought with political behavior is not really well understood, and we need more research. Lastly, again, if Mughal political ethics are within the discursive sphere of Islam, and if Halak is relatively vindicated, then Maududi's state-centric, coercive Islamic state is not the only way forward for Muslims in thinking about politics. There are other types of political Islam that can be retrieved and reimagined going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hamza. We seem to be breaking records because you're also 2 minutes early.
Whew. Should have talked a bit slower.
No, well, we would have. I don't think you could have spoken any faster. That was great. Thank you. Really fascinating, very, very interesting assessment of Maududi and Halak. Our final speaker for this panel is Alamgir. Should I call you Alamgir Khan? Is that correct?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Alamgir. Alamgir is going to speak on a genealogy of sexuality and its orientation in different Muslim dynasties and in post-colonial Islamic Pakistan. Alamgir is a PhD candidate at RMIT here in Melbourne. So over to you, Alamgir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for having me. The thing that I want to discuss here is some bit of my PhD and what I have done in my PhD and how this research article that is focusing on the genealogy of sexuality in different Mughal dynasties, developing here. So, my PhD topic is Khwaja and Hijra, gender and sexuality, sexual identity formation in contemporary Pakistan. And I have been working with Dr. Emily Gray, Peter Kelly, and Dr. Seth Brown from RMIT from the last 4 years. The good thing is, I have almost completed my PhD, and soon that would be sent to the editor within the next couple of months. In this presentation, I would like to talk about some, part of my PhD, that what are the aim of my PhD, what were the research question in this PhD. And then, it's a PhD that is focusing on a specific community, Khwaja and Hijra, that we call transgender globally. So I will discuss something, who they are, how they are understood, what they do. And then again, there will be some discussion on the research article that I am bringing on, that is focusing on the genealogy of sexuality and its orientation in different Mughal dynasties, and then in post-colonial Islamic Pakistan. These are, my project aims that focuses on identify and analyze the religious, social, cultural, economic, and political forces shaping pre-colonial and colonial understanding of Khwaja and Hijra. And then, and this is focusing on in the pre-colonial understanding in subcontinent. And then the second aim is also focusing on, the post-colonial understanding, how when the colonialism came to subcontinent and a pre-colonial era has been, ended up how the British discuss gender and sexuality in subcontinent, and then how, it's been drawn further to post-colonial Pakistan. And the next aim is also focusing on how, explain the ways in which those who identify as Khwaja and Hijra, especially this study is focused in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which is the north region of Pakistan. And I collected the data in Peshawar city, which is a Pashtun culture and Pashtun society. So we looked upon how the Khwaja and Hijra understand themselves and how they understand their gender and sexuality by living in the Pashtun society. And last one is how, identify and examine the relationship of policy and practice. That is, we are looking into this, and it's, in the developing stages. These are the research questions that has been molded on, from the research aims and also focusing on how, the same thing that the religious, social, and cultural, economic, and political forces shape the pre-colonial understanding, and then the post-colonial understanding, and then the colonial, and during the colonial British colonialism in subcontinent, and then the post-colonial in Pakistan, like in Peshawar. And there are some of the next few of the research question is focusing on the relationship between policy and practice, and what kind of support they are getting, official or unofficial, and how the Pakistani society, especially the Pashtun society, is so much oppressive toward the Hijra and Khwaja. This is the slide that shows that who the Khwaja and Hijra are, as I discussed at the start of this presentation, that they are globally called transgender, and they are the group of people who are born male, but they do not accept the identity that are given to them at their birth. They love to be living with their feminine identity. And these are some of the pictures that I have got, and also sharing here with their consent. These are some of the participants that I have interviewed in Pakistan, and they belongs to Hijra and Khwaja community. So they are Khwaja and Hijra, and globally they are known as transgender as an umbrella term. This slide explains that, how the Khwaja and Hijra has been excluded based on their diverse gender identity or sexuality, because they are non-binary. So Khwaja and Hijra, during the literature that I have gone through and the data I have collected, I have found that, there are so many different ways that where the Khwaja and Hijra as non-binary people are excluded based on from the mainstream based on their gender and sexuality. As I have written here, that Khwaja and Hijra lives are full of struggle and difficulties, because when they are living in their families and then start, to show their diverse gender and sexuality, their struggling life start from that place where, like from their parental houses. And the same thing that happens to every Khwaja and Hijra, they are not accepted in their family, because they think that this Hijra and Khwaja, who have, indifferent, diverse gender and sexual identity would be like a stigma for their families. And then the same thing when they are, they are forced to live out from their families, and they are not treated well, neither they are educated properly, neither they are getting, proper health facilities. And their struggling life always, make them marginalized, discriminated, and oppressive in their daily life. And the same thing, happened to them, as I said, that they became homeless. They become homeless for being their trans subjectivities, because their families, their community member, their relatives, their guardians, their friends do not accept them with the identity that they understand. And they are always physically punished, mentally tortured, sexually abused, because like the Pashtun society is mostly focused on honor, and there are so many other researches that have been carried out in this perspective that they became stigma for their families. And the parents that, they are so keen to love their children and kids, that doesn't happen in the context of Khwajas and Hijra. And these parents tried to, like force them out from their families, and they became homeless. What they do, like during the literature that I have gone through, there are some studies that have been conducted by, Awan and Han and Nisar, and they have studied that, like the Khwajas and Hijra are the most oppressed and marginalized communities. So for the literature has described, and they have, like marginalized and vulnerabilities in their life, and they are very open and, like vulnerable to different STIs and STDs diseases, because when they don't have any other thing to, like other sources to earn, they start, like sex working and so many other things. And the other thing is, like when the Khwajas and Hijra are forced to live out from their families, they make a community, they make a specific group called the Guru Chila communities. It's a master and disciple relationship where the senior member is called Guru and the new intervene transgender is called Chela. And then they make their own families that is called family of choices in like globally. And in Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, they are called Guru Chila families or Guru Chila relationship, where Guru is the senior member and responsible to provide like a shared room, food, water, and sometimes booking their parties, their night parties and dancing parties. And the Chela on the other side is, like earning for their gurus in terms of like their dancing, begging, singing, and sex work in different parts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and across Pakistan. What my PhD is bringing that is different from the literature that has already defined, like the literature described their marginalized and the vulnerable and precarious positionalities in across the globe, or in Pakistan, they like the one that I discussed. But my research is looking to the transgender community in different way. And I think, that this transgender community is not marginalized and oppressed, but they are very resilient because they show their, like the gender and sexual identities, the way they understand with their resistance. And they always try to find, like new spaces for their breath where they can live happily. And the one which I discussed, like the Khwajas and the Guru Chila communities, they are like their families of choices. And when they leave their parental houses where they are born and they join the Guru Chila communities, they always, like resist and resilience, show maximum resistance to
5 minutes, Alamgir.
Okay, to the colonial policies and so many other things. So like this is what my research is bringing on. Like I studied the Khwajas and Hijra in different way, like, and the research is bringing a new dimension of knowledge and describe resilience and resistance, where like that I have discussed. This research is also like bringing a new article. Like this PhD bring the knowledge that concept of Bachabazi is not new concept in Pashtun culture from the very past and having its root in more dynasties. These are some of the pictures that I have like taken, and because I have used a photo voice method in this research project that is something different and never used in gender and sexual studies. I went to the participant, discussed, them that what they understand about their gender and sexuality, and then I, told them that okay, you make some picture, and then I will come and discuss the same picture with you people, and the photographs, so that they can easily, like discuss with me that how they understand their gender and sexuality, and how they are, like. So this photo voice method was very, like helpful for me, and that it was something different from the conventional method is in like the ethnography or like the face-to-face interviews that most of the researchers have already been conducted, because this photo voice method provided a medium to my participant, and they spoke openly and easily in terms of their gender and sexuality the way they understand. So, you know, like this was the whole study that I have conducted with the transgender community that is focused on the gender and sexual identity and their understanding of Fajr and Hijra communities in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alamgir, for that really fascinating presentation. We now have some time for questions. So I would ask if anybody has a question, please type it into the chat or raise your hand and we'll take your question verbally. In terms of asking questions, members of the panel are very welcome to ask questions of other members of the panel. And of course, everybody who is attending can ask questions. And I see there is a question already from one of the mentors, from Greg Feely. Greg.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, so I had actually questions for both Wawan and also for Hamza. Wawan, in a way, a simple question, but perhaps the answer is hard to give. But as you were comparing Depok and Bogor, it seemed to me as if you were talking about two quite different situations, social situations. So you're looking at the regulation and the response of politicians who are seeking re-election. But in actual fact, in Depok, you found it seems as if the hardline Islamist groups were the force that was most effective to mobilize if you wanted to increase your vote. Whereas in Bogor, it was a much more civil kind of Islamic mobilization. So there seems to be a fundamentally different culture in both places. Tell me if I'm misunderstanding what you said. And if that's the case, in a way, the politicians are just responding to the situation in which they find themselves. And so the core issue here is the preference or the culture in the local communities, rather than the particular behaviour of the politicians or indeed the local government in implementing regulations about that group. So that's my question for you. And Hamza, yours was a very interesting paper. It had a lot in it and you indeed went through it very quickly, and I'm not sure I captured all that you said, but I found it really stimulating. A couple of things occurred to me. The first was that you were talking about normative positions here, and in actual fact, your own normative position seemed to me very clear, and that was that you did not feel that states should be coercing their religious communities. You basically have a progressive position on this, which was fine, but I'm just wondering whether that's something that should be declared as part of your presentation. And the second question I had for you was, is there any relevance for your research in contemporary Indonesian discourses, BJP era discourses on the historical role of Islam in the subcontinent? Because as I understand it, BJP has an extremely harsh view of the Mughal era and what that meant for Hindus at the time. Whether your research in actual fact is showing there's a much more complex picture that perhaps should be painted in this contemporary setting. So they're my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. So, Wawan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Greg, for your questions. And then yes, I also present the Depok and Bogor is quite different, even though the cities has high political competitions, but the response of each political incumbent, each political incumbents, and also vigilante groups has a different treatment. Yeah. Focusing on local community, yes, Pak Greg is if I can answer that. The local community in Depok and also in Bogor is also different. Yeah, when in Depok, when political incumbent rely on hardliner group for political support, and then they have a collaboration with vigilante groups as a brokers to do vote mobilizations. It also is supported by local community. Also, so it was also supported by local community that were also conservative. Yeah, it's mean like they have conservative local community, right, in Depok, and then the incumbent and the political incumbent and also the vigilante groups has strong collaborations. It's been like they have a good environment, yeah, to give political support for political incumbent to do persecution, yeah, to Ahmadiyya followers. But it is different with what happened in the Bogor when the political competition was high in Bogor, but the local community there, I can say they have more progressive, yeah, progressive than in Depok. That's why the vigilante groups they didn't do independently. They work at the KMB, Komunitas Muslim Bogor, to negotiate with the political incumbent and also the government to how to deal with the Ahmadiyya. That's why the political incumbent in Bogor they do not rely on hardliner group for political support. Instead, they have advanced programmatic campaign strategies. Yeah.
Could I just add? Sorry, Tim, if it's okay. It seems to me to get to the nub of the matter, Wawan, if you're explaining why Ahmadiyya is persecuted in Depok, but not in Bogor, you're beginning your analysis with the politician and the local regulations. It's the politicians who are recruiting hardliner groups. But your chain of causality needs to go back at least one step.
Okay.
Why is there persecution in Depok? Because the society itself is perhaps much more conservative and less tolerant. So I think your focus needs to go back to that rather than to just blame politicians.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll leave it there.
Or another way of putting the same point is, why do the politicians rely on these hardliner groups in one and not in the other? Yeah. Which is the same question. But let's just hold that, because I want to give Hamza a chance to answer the question Greg put to him.
Thank you, Pak Greg. Thank you, Pak Tim.
I'll answer the second question first. So the research is extremely relevant in contemporary subcontinent. I see it as a corrective to unbalanced views of the Mughal past that are grounded in really subpar modernist scholarship, as well as certain Hindutva ideological motivation. So it's extremely relevant for Indians, for Pakistanis, because the Mughal past is not really well understood in Pakistan either. And again, so that's why I put forward this methodological distinction between the two schools of scholarship, because they give completely different pictures of the Mughal era, 180 different pictures. So I think it's extremely relevant to contemporary discourses. As for the first question, so I did hopefully declare my normative positions in a suitably integrated way at the beginning of the presentation. But we all have normative positions, and what can I say? You know, we all have normative positions, and that's mine. And I don't see it as a progressive position. However, I see it as a neo-traditionalist position, because I'm interested in an indigenous and internal appropriation of resources within the Islamic tradition to rethink Islamic politics, rather than relying on looking at like a Western standard and saying, well, these are the modern conditions, so we ought to change vis-a-vis the modern conditions. I think there are actually internal indigenous resources that stood strong, that were unbalanced by actually the colonial experience. And so it's perhaps trying to rebalance then that going forward, the sort of interplay between legalist, spiritual, and philosophical impulses or inputs has been unbalanced. So yes, perhaps a rebalancing.
Thanks so much to both Wawan and Hamza for those explanations. Very interesting. We have a question for Fuad, which is from Stania Pusparwadani. And her question for Fuad is, Muhammadiyah is known to be nurtured in urban communities in some areas, West Sumatra, for example, and they see Muhammadiyah as a purification movement. How can progressiveness be associated with this movement, which seems exclusive and elite?
Yeah, thank you, Stania, for the question. Actually, as I said before, that the progressive Islam is contestant concept. So that's why in some period, some idea or some practice can be called as the progressive, but in other time it can be called as the conservative. This is related with the purification itself, like the modernization and purification that has done by Muhammadiyah in the early 20th century. It is very progressive, like they advocate about the education, welfare, and health and other. But for now, being progressive is not enough to be related with the basic need of the people about the anti-tahayul bid'ah or khurafat. For now, being progressive is also correlated with the acknowledgement of gender equality, human rights, interfaith dialogue, and other. What has been done by Muhammadiyah in some part in Sumatra, maybe for now is they can call us the conservative, but in the other area, in other like for young generation and Majlis Tarjih, they are very progressive because, for example, they advocated about the human right, they advocated about the disability, and they also said about acknowledgement about the democracy. So that's why in my research, I divide two position of the progressivism in Muhammadiyah. The first one is Muhammadiyah progressive in terms of the politically and socially, but in other part, Muhammadiyah is being progressive only politically, because they said that the Indonesia must be on the track of the democracy. They criticize the authoritarian regime, they criticize the Jokowi government or SPY government, but on the other side, they do not acknowledge about the gender equality and the reluctant to the interfaith dialogue. So this is still contesting ideas and contesting movement in Muhammadiyah itself.
Thank you very much, Fuad. We have about 5 minutes for one more question. So this is from Jeremy Kingsley, who's got his hands up. Jeremy.
Okay, so my question's to Almaguer, I think, and it's about the use of the photo interviews, because it was really interesting to me as a sort of a methodological technique, and I thought I'd like a little bit to hear a bit more about it. And my thought was, when you did these, when you asked them to take the photos, and then you got their response, like what was the interview following that? What sort of questions did you ask them? Because I mean, it seems like were the photos to help identify the way they looked at gender or various forms of social or political identity. How did faith play into those photos or not play into the interview discussion? So I thought I'd really like to know more about that methodological approach.
So Alamgir.
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, it was very, interesting because I was using this method, especially with this community, and it was like, as I discussed in my presentation, that it was like very helpful for me. The thing is, and the other thing was, it was very tricky for getting a success in the ethics committee, because they have so many things on that how you will be using, the photo-wise method, and how you will use the other people, photographs in terms of their anonymity and security and so many other things but then we discussed, that we will use like the black tapes on their faces and their heads, so that would be provide, maximum, anonymity and security to my participant. In terms of the photo-wise method, that was like, as discussed, very helpful for me, because, and I conducted this is with two phases. I went to the community, as my profile is having a, I work in the development sector there for so many years in Pakistan, so I have a connection with these communities, and I know their gurus and chillahs, so I went to this community. I discussed, that was like a face-to-face informal interviews, and then like I discussed with them that, okay, is the Android and mobile and have access to everybody, and everybody has their Android mobile, so it would be like a very good for us, like after discussing the whole like the project, that we will be using another activity, and you will picture the photograph object that like what you picture, how you picture yourself, who is and you need to to be very cautious about the other people in amity and security, so that other people may not come in your photograph and your picture. And then I will come and discuss the picture that you have taken in your daily life. So like the main question was like, what do you think about yourself in this picture? Like the picture that I have shared, that how you look yourself in this picture, how you consider or understand different from the in this picture from other people, like the community where you are living, and how you understand your gender and sexuality, that is different from the identity and gender and sexuality. So this photo voice method was very helpful for us, because they find a medium to discuss themselves in a picture, that and see they were discussing like, look, I'm wearing like feminine dresses because I feel like female, I have makeup here, then so many other things that I have done that give me a feminized look that I understand and I want for, so this like photo voice method was like very helpful at that scenario, because they were open to discuss themselves, what they understand, and at that time I was silent, and they were discussing themselves from the photo that they have already captured in their daily life.
Thank you very much, Alamgir and Jeremy. I think we're going to have to stop the session there. Hamza, I'm sorry I won't be able to squeeze your question in, but we might be able to discuss it in a breakout room. That completes this session. I just want to thank all our speakers, Fuad, Wawan, Hamza, and Alamgir, for some really fascinating presentations that have got us off to a great start today. In a moment, we'll disappear from your screen and go off to a breakout room for a discussion, but we'll be coming back to join you. I just want to ask everybody again, please, to stay online as long as you can for the rest of the day, to give support to the presenters later on in the program, who would greatly appreciate having you present. That's all from me. Thank you again. I'll now hand over to Dr. Jeremy Kingsley, who is Senior Lecturer and Higher Degree by Research Coordinator at the Swinburne Law School. And he is also the Foundation Editor of Melbourne University Press's Asia Law and Society series. So there you go, all of you hoping to have your theses published one day. Jeremy is the person you can contact. He'll make me pay for that, I think, in the future. But it's a great new series. So well done, Jeremy. Over to you and the second panel, which is Islamic Law in Action. And we will, in this panel, vanish in a moment. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, so wonderful. I'm not going to take much time in introductions or anything. I think I want to give everyone the maximum time to speak. So we'll start and to get their research out. So we'll start with Very Hendrawan from IPB in University in Indonesia. And Very, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. A very good morning to you, Jeremy.
Lovely to meet you. Please start.
Thank you so much. Again, a very good morning to Jeremy and everybody, all distinguished speaker and participants. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ferry Suraindrawan from. All right. So in this morning, I'm going to present the advanced technology in Islam, artificial intelligence and blockchain's implementation in Indonesia. My name is Ferry Suraindrawan. I'm a doctoral student in IPB University, as well as a researcher at BRIN, IPB University. We focus on blockchains, robotic, artificial intelligence networks. Yeah, the table of content this morning is first on science and knowledge in Islam, and second one is the artificial intelligence. The third one, blockchain, artificial intelligence implementation, blockchain implementation. Blockchain implementation, especially for the cryptocurrency, and the final one is the conclusion. First one, science and technology in Islam. As we all know that studying and gaining knowledge is mandatory or compulsory in Islam. We have to be able to pursue the education and knowledge as high as possible, as it's written on the Holy Quran, Al-Ankabut 43, as well as Al-Mujadilah 11, as you can see over there. And the picture illustrates the work in the observation Taqi al-Adin, Constantinople at 1577. As a result of that, Islam was in the golden age in the period of 8th to 14th century, and while all the science, economy, and culture flourishing at that period, it's coincide with the dark age in Europe between 5th and the 14th centuries. And we have also notified that there are several notable Islam scientists, including Al-Khawarij, Al-Ghazali, and Avicenna. But how do we find these days? How about now? How about Indonesia? As we know that Indonesia has the largest Muslim population in the world. By 2021, we have 231 million populations Muslim. And how do we react? How do we manage the digital advanced technology? Of course, when we are mentioning about this, it's more on the society or citizen in Indonesia. It might not be 100% reflected the Muslim population in Indonesia. Okay, first I'm going to continue with the artificial intelligence definition. As we are all aware and understand that artificial intelligence is the intelligence demonstrated by machine, as opposed to intelligence displayed by animal and humans. And if we are talking about blockchain, I'm going to describe in one word, blockchain is a ledger. And in two words, blockchain is a distributed ledger. As you see the definition, blockchain is shared immutable ledger for recording transaction, tracking asset, and building trust. So the key point here is blockchain is for the T3, we call it T3, which is trust, transparent, and traceable. Okay, let's now go to the research question. How does Islam, especially Muslim Indonesia, see advanced technology such as the two, artificial intelligence and blockchain, and their implementation? How do we react? How do we manage? And so on and so forth. So first of all, I'm going to take some example that we currently work on. We from the BRAIN, the research group, currently support the government office to implement the artificial intelligence for the precision national food for demand and supply prediction system. We use the artificial neural network here for the prediction system. So what we faced in the past is that there are, for instance, several provinces or area which harvest many commodities, but unfortunately they don't have, or they didn't have enough infrastructure or resources to distribute to the other province, because the information was not properly distributed or properly predicted or managed. What we ended up with is that in one province or one area, we have so many excess harvest or commodities, harvested commodities, for example, corn or and so on and so forth. Well, unfortunately, in other locations, in other provinces, we need this corn as much as possible for our farming as well as for our food supply. But unfortunately, due to the perishable condition of the commodities in the agriculture, those become obsolete. So this works by collecting all the variable, like for example, the harvesting period, predicting by using all the variable, product availability, weather, lead time, and so on and so forth, processing it in the artificial neural network for predicting with several layers. And then we came up with this area within the next 3 months or 6 months or 1 year will harvest as much as possible, meaning become a supply, and will demand in other area as much as possible, become the demand. So by using this prediction system, we are predicting that the food supply and demand will be able to manage better in the near future. So next one is the blockchain. The main problem for the blockchain implementation is first is the data availability. So if the data is not available, we need to start from zero. But the second one is the data is available, but unfortunately, it's either incomplete, unstructured, or incorrect. So this is where the artificial intelligence parts came. So we need to conduct what we call a data cleansing. Data cleansing consists of data analysis, standardization, normalization, quality check, as well as to ensure that there is no data duplication. So we use what we call as a machine learning. I believe everybody aware about it. So by using machine learning, no matter how big, how huge the data we have, we can expedite the cleansing process in order to be able to prepare for better blockchain implementation. So going to give you an example of the blockchain implementation in Indonesia. We support the Ministry of Farming by implement blockchain for.
Are you there, Very?
The main problem here is the data. I'm here. Can you hear me clearly?
We just, you dropped out for a moment. So can you go back a few sentences? Yes.
Sure. Thank you, Jeremy. So I'm going to start redo with the blockchain implementation for the Minister of Farming. So the main problem here is the data availability. And the second one is to change the paradigm of the government officer, the farmer, on how to put the data, to input the data discipline, because they didn't used to do that. So we are working on it. And the second one is the blockchain for the land certification. This is supporting the Ministry of Land Registration in Indonesia. And the main problem here is the data integrity. We currently have the land certificate in a book, in a writer. Unfortunately, there are problems with the authentication. There are problems with the integrity, because one land can have more than one document, or there is a document, but there is no physical land, and so on and so forth. So the first step in this option or in this project is to data cleansing by ensuring the data integrity is there. So that's the second implementation of blockchain. The third one is the halal industry itself. So we are starting to implement.
5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Sure. I'm going. It's only like 3 or 4 more pages. Halal industry. So we are facing a problem with the data availability and integrity. But as you see, halal is one of the essence of Islam. And even in this aspect, in the halal certification, we are open and we implement the blockchain and artificial intelligence in the process of certification to expedite the process. So we are working on it as well. However, there are one particular example that I'm going to deliver this morning is about the cryptocurrency. Islam considers a commodity with intrinsic value as a currency. So we see commodities can be used as a currency, like, for example, the gold, silver, and so on and so forth. So the Islamic Council in Indonesia see that or declare that the cryptocurrency as a commodity or digital asset are unlawful for trading and digital asset, because it's for its uncertainty, volatile, and it's not It does not link to the real commodity. It is not linked to the real commodities. So despite the implementation of blockchain, artificial intelligence in other aspects, but for cryptocurrency, the Islamic Council says no to this. So the conclusion is that I'm going to make it quick, that the Muslim Indonesia basically sees that artificial intelligence, blockchain, and all the other digital advanced technology can be utilized and benefit for the human life, make our life better. And we in general are very open-minded, even as I mentioned earlier in the halal certification, which is one of the critical functionality in the Islamic world, we already started to implement artificial intelligence and blockchain. And we see it as a progress and do not clash with the Islamic values. However, the precautionary principle is still in place. As we see that for the cryptocurrency, it's declared as unlawful by the Islamic Council in Indonesia. And debate and talks over new technology in Islam is in Indonesia, especially remain central to Islamic culture in order to develop, grow, and progressive. So I think that's going to be the all of my presentation, Jeremy and all ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, and I'm open for the further question and discussion. Thank you.
Proceed to Malik Al-Nami from La Trobe.
Yeah. So I'm going to share my screen now.
Oh, wonderful.
You can see it now?
Beautiful, can see it perfectly.
Yes, sorry. Just start with the.
You may put it onto slideshow.
So now it's okay?
Excellent stuff. Please,
Hi, everyone. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Malak Al-Nami, and I'm a PhD candidate at La Trobe University Law School. Currently, I'm in my 4th year, and I'm interested in doing research in the area of the banking and financial regulations generally, but my main focus on the situation in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is my country. So for today, I'm presenting about a topic regarding to the impacts of the different Islamic schools of thought on the Islamic banking and finance in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So for my presentation, first of all, I will start with a quick background, then move on to the problem, then what was my argument in my paper, then what was my solution. So first of all, one of the legal system of the banking and finance over the world is the Islamic banking and finance. The Islamic banking and finance are governed by Sharia law, which is the divine law that governing all the aspects of Muslims' life. So here it's necessary 2 things to explain what is the meaning of Sharia law and what is the sources of Sharia law. So the meaning of Sharia law, a quick reminder, Sharia law is, in simple words, refer to the collection of laws, provisions, prohibitions, advices, and principles that God has addressed in order to guide every aspect of Muslim life, including social, political, economic, personal, and others. So after providing what is the meaning to Sharia law, they're moving to the sources of Sharia law. So the sources of Sharia law derives its guiding principle from a different priority sources, 3 types of sources: primary sources and secondary sources and the minor sources. So for the primary sources, including both of Quran and Sunnah. And Quran in English mean the Holy Book of Islam, and Sunnah in English mean sayings and the action of Prophet Muhammad. Then we move on to the second type of the sources, which is the secondary sources, including both of Ijma and Qiyas. Ijma in English mean the consensus, and the Qiyas, which is the analogical reason. And moving to the last one, which is the minor sources, actually this type of sources, including a number of the sources, but I pick up the most famous one, which is the ijtihad, which is known in English as independent reason by the scholar to obtain a legal rules, istihsan, which is the justice preferences, and maslaha mursala, which is known in English as a public interest. So let's look to the different Islamic school of thought, which is the main issue of my topic. It's important to understand what is the Islamic school of thought, or from where it's coming out this concept. So the Muslim scholars agree to use the primary sources, which is Quran and Sunnah, on the cases and the situation that already existed on these primary sources. But what if we have a situation or the cases that not has been mentioned in these primary sources? What should we do? So there is a disagreement between the Muslim scholar about what we should apply first. So there's some Muslim scholars decided to apply the secondary sources over the minor sources, while on the other hand, there is some Muslim scholars agree to provide or to give the priority for the minor sources over the secondary sources. So the difference is regarding which type of the sources they are going to use in their interpretation. So this led to have a main Sunni schools, and we have the 4 main Sunni schools that have been named after their founders. So we do have the Hanafi school, and we do have the Maliki school, and we do have the Shafi'i school, and we do have the Hanbali school. So the Maliki and the Hanbali school are the most restrictive school regarding to their interpretation, which means they usually rely on the primary sources. Even if it's not existed in the primary sources of Sharia law, they prefer to go back in somehow. But while the Hanafi school and the Shafi'i school prefer to go with it's just like a little bit open mind, which means they are rely more on their analogical reasons to come up with interpretation. So regarding to the Islamic banking, regarding to the banking and finance, we can see there's some influence of the different Islamic school of thought. As most Islamic bank have Sharia supervisory board that included a member of Muslim scholars that are belonging to the different Islamic school of thoughts. And this is play an important, so this means that the Islamic school of thought play an important role in the Islamic and banking transactions. So generally, these Islamic banking and generally these Sharia supervisory board play an important role, and they have a several like responsibilities. But these are just highlighted in this slide. There are 3 main responsibilities. One is issuing a certificate of the principle of financial products, which mean when the case that they certify these financial products are in compliance with Sharia law, they come up with the certificate to emphasize that to provide it for the customer. 2, they are doing like explaining the method of calculating the zakat, which is the Islamic tax, in case of how the bank should conduct this Islamic tax. Also, they have the responsibility to review and overseeing the activity of the Islamic banking and finance generally, and also issuing a fatwa, which is the Islamic legal opinion regarding to some financial products or activity or whatever. And also they have the main responsibility ensuring that all the products and services provided to the customer or to visitors are based on Sharia principles. So after providing the whole this background, moving to the situation in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to understand what is the problem. So as you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is an Islamic country following Sharia law as stated clearly in the Saudi constitution. So the Saudi constitution does not identify specific Islamic school of thought to follow in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but we generally know the Saudi following Hanbali school, which opened the door for other Islamic school of thought to get involved in their interpretation in any case regarding to the financial and transactions. 2, the second problem that each bank has their own Sharia supervisory board. So what? So this Sharia supervisory board will be responsible to decide if these financial products or these financial contracts are in compliance with Sharia law or not. That might be lead to 2 things. 1, to create inconsistency of fatwa. What does mean inconsistency of fatwa? It means, for example, we have 2 banks, Bank A and Bank B. Bank A and Bank B, both of them are providing the same financial contract. But one of them, they say it's really Islamic, while the other say it's not Islamic. This inconsistency of fatwa in somehow might be lead to lack of customer trust regarding to the compliance of the Islamic financial contract. So they are not, so the Saudi customer are losing, unfortunately, their confidence about the compliance of the Islamic financial contracts. So on the other hand, there is, unfortunately, there is no responsible body in the Saudi in order to handle this in regarding to the banking and finance. So that we do not have a central Sharia board to be responsible to emphasize these like Islamic financial contracts or to emphasize like, or to increase that customer trust. So for here, I'm arguing that there is a need to establish a Sharia board at the level of the Saudi Central Bank. And this Central Sharia board should include a member Muslim scholars that belonging to the different schools rather than relying on one Islamic schools. Because if we just rely on one Islamic school, such as the Hanbali, that means the Islamic finance industry will not develop and we have some delay. And that will not be useful for the Islamic finance industry, like generally in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So the establishment of the Central Sharia board at the level of Saudi Central Bank will be useful for two things: to solve these kind of the disputes in fatwa, and also it's going to be useful to increase the customer trust regarding to the compliance of the Islamic financial products. And both of them, all of that will be useful as it's going to be lead to the financial stability, economic development, and the most things important is going to create create like a very trust area for the Islamic finance industry in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This was my presentation for today. I'm so sorry if I speak so fast.
Wonderful. You are ahead of time. It's great. Thank you for a succinct.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make it simple as much as I can, because I know the banking and finance area is kind of complicated. So I pick up my word that's going to be useful for the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a succinct presentation. That's always appreciated. Now, as we work out the technicalities, we've already had the two wonderful presentations from both Very and Malak. I'm speaking about banking. If you'd like a question, can you please raise your hand or put your question into the comments as was done in the last presentation?
Greg has his hand raised.
Oh, so Greg, then so please, Greg, you've also got yours on mute, Greg. Sorry.
Thankfully, mine is easy to unmute. Thank you, Jeremy, and thank you, Malak, for your presentation. I suppose I would just have a few general points to make about this, and you're able to get through a lot of information very quickly, and you had time available. I wonder if you might have been better at the start to make clear what the problem was that you're looking at. That became clearer later on about the consistency of the fatwa that were being applied within the banking sector and maintaining the trust of customers to the banks. You perhaps might have been good to begin with this. This is the problem that you are addressing. And also to indicate what you might be going to argue here. So just, I suppose that's a suggestion about the format. Also, at the end of your presentation, you mentioned the need for this central authority, and you said, in passing, that it would not be enough for just to have the Hanbali school issuing fatwa, that you had to have a central authority. And this wasn't properly explained to me, because in other Muslim nations, we will see a particular law school predominating. In much of Southeast Asia, it's the Shafi'i school. In other places in the Gulf, it's often Maliki school, or in Northern Africa. So why, in the case of Saudi Arabia, would the Hanbali school not allow the banking sector to develop? I think they were your words. Is that something specific to the Hanbali school, or is it more to do with the fact that any central authority must reflect the methods and principles of all four law schools? So if you could explain that a little further, that would be good. One other question I had was, what problems are there in establishing a central authority? Because sometimes we see that official Islam creates more problems than it solves, because you have a group of people who come from perhaps a power base in the bureaucracy. They represent a particular perspective on Islam, and this may not be something that's necessarily accepted in the broader community. So, you know, if I think of Southeast Asia, we have Islamic authorities who will say things such as conventional banking is haram, and the great majority of Muslim bank customers ignore that and keep their conventional banking accounts, as well as, you know, perhaps a Sharia compliant account. So they're just a few questions for you. So I found it interesting what you had to say. I think you could package it up in a way that would make it more interesting and draw out some of the potential things that are of academic interest in your topic. So thank you.
Thanks, Greg. And Malak, if you could answer, and then we'll move back to Mr. Yusuf.
Yeah, okay. The problem that the Hanbali school is the most dominated school in Saudi Arabia. It's good, but the problem with the Hanbali school is restricting the whole things, which mean that they are very restricted to what's saying in Quran and Sunnah. So using this, and to be honest, there is kind of hesitated from the Saudi government to establish this central Sharia board, because sooner or later they know it's going to be dominated by the Hanbali school. And having these kind of these Islamic schools on this central Sharia board, that means we will not have more space for the Islamic financial products. So if you look to the Shafi'i, like example school, they are little bit open mind. They try to in somehow create a kind of Islamic financial contracts, try to find excuse in somehow to move on to the issue of the riba and the interest. While in Hanbali schools, since that any interest, they're gonna already interpret it as like interest and is gonna be haram. The second thing is that, to be honest, in Saudi Arabia, we do have a problem that I'm not sure how can I say it, but as you know, in the Saudi Arabia, the whole banking and finance system in Saudi Arabia, we do not have any bank in Saudi Arabia hold the title of the Islamic. Why? Because if we do have that, it means that we do have a conventional banks. And you know, the Saudi constitution saying that we are following Sharia law, and the whole things in the Saudi country should be in compliance with Sharia law. In case if we do have this like title of the Islamic banks and conventional banks, that means you have something that contradicts with your constitutions. And you know how the things like how the Saudi government, to be honest, like have this problem at the beginning and the early stage for having this banking finance system. And when we were asking from the United States of America to come and help and establish the central banking system, and the King Abdulaziz had suffered from these Wahhabis, tried to convince them that we need to establish this central bank. And in the beginning, that the Saudi central bank was not called as a central bank because of the word, the bank that is going to be interpreted by the Wahhabis as interest, which is going to be haram, blah, blah, blah. So they decided to call it at the Saudi Arabian Monetary Authority to remove the word bank and show that a clear statement in the charter of the Saudi Central Bank, two things, that they are not holding the word bank. The second thing, that this central bank, which is the Saudi authority, when somehow will not handle or do anything, are not in compliance with Sharia law. So that means the Saudi Central Bank will not deal with the interest in there. But if you come to reality, the whole thing is come and deal with interest. So the Saudi decision regarding to the interest is not clear, to be honest. Even in our banking control law, we do not have like a clear statement regarding to the giving loan by the bank and giving back the interest. So the government take up like the decision to make it ambiguous, not clear, because if we're gonna state it clearly, that is gonna mean it's against the Saudi constitution, create a kind of contradiction. So it's a kind of sensitive topic, and you need to be, I need to somehow to be picking my words to make a balance between all situations.
It's really interesting. That's a very interesting answer. So thank you very much. Much clearer to me now.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Malik. And now we're going to try to reboot everything for Mr. Yusuf. Can you come on?
Yes, thank you. Okay. The topic of my thesis is approach of Islamic law to protection of right of internally displaced person in Nigeria, to protection of right of internally displaced person, insurgency-induced internally displaced person in the Northeast Nigeria. Ordinarily, what happened is that the Boko Haram insurgency that happened in the Northeast Nigeria lead to displacement of many people residing around the Northeast of Nigeria. Many people that were displaced, many were displaced around the like Yobe, Borno, and Adamawa, likewise Bauchi. But the concern of this research is that despite the fact that the government was the one that failed in its responsibility to provide security, which leads to internal displacement, the government just put all these IDPs, internally displaced person, in just in a place, we call them camps, and those camps, they were camped there, and they were put there just anyhow. So at times the government will give them shelter, food, and some other things like that, small things. But what we are saying is that their rights have been infringed upon. And we look at it that if we want to look at the Boko Haram insurgency, they claim to have been carrying out Islamic jihad under Islamic law. And we are saying that when we talk about jihad, jihad is not about insurgency. So, and the research question is that whether the research problem is to know whether, this is how I itemize the research problem. The research problem is whether to know that the Boko Haram insurgency, that they are claiming that they carry out the activities of jihad. Are they really carry out the activity of jihad? Then, as a result of the Boko Haram insurgency activities, thousands of people have been displaced, and in the Northeast. Then the internal displacement are suffering as a result of the insurgency. The problem of the problem of the IDPs is still continuing unabated because the government cannot help the situation, because there is no provision in the Nigerian law that caters for the welfare and well-being of the IDPs. So the research question is, number one, what is the position of insurgency and internal displacement in Nigeria and Islamic law? What is the legal framework for protection of right of IDP under Islamic law? What is the legal framework for protection of right of IDP? Sorry, that's what I'm, it's just an omission. Then the research objective is that the aim of the study is to know whether the Boko Haram, how the conditions of Boko Haram insurgency induced internally displaced person in Northeast Nigeria can be ameliorated, how their condition can be ameliorated, and then to examine the position of insurgency and internal displacement in Nigeria under the Islamic law. Examine the legal framework for protection of right and IDP under the Islamic law, and identify and analyze the lesson that Nigeria can learn from the Islamic law in relation to protection of rights of IDPs. Now, the research methodology adopted is that there is a qualitative approach. We use both doctrinal and non-doctrinal methods. Population of the study consisted of about 471 key stakeholders among the IDPs in Bakassi camp. Bakassi camp is located in Maiduguri of Borno State. Then NYC camp is also located in the Maiduguri, Teachers Village, and Durumi, Abuja camps. In-depth interviews was conducted with 47 IDPs, while key informant interview was conducted with 3 officials of Borno State Emergency Management Agency, 3 officials of National Emergency Management Agency, 4 officials of National Commission for Refugees, Migrant and Internally Displaced Persons, and 16 camps officials that were purposefully sampled. That was purposefully sampled. Data were analyzed, and we use thematic analysis to the findings. The Islamic law, our findings in this study is that the Islamic law frowns at insurgency and the activities of Boko Haram. 2, insurgency and the activities of Boko Haram insurgents have no place under the concept of jihad as portrayed by Boko Haram. Then the treatment of IDPs under the Islamic law is different from their treatment under the Nigerian law, because Islamic law awards stiffer punishment against insurgents and award compensation for the IDP, whereas there is no such provision in the Nigerian law. In fact, we are under the caption that you can find the compensation or the welfare, good welfare and well-being of people that is mostly emphasized under the Makosiri Sharia is not placed, has no place under the Nigerian law, because social justice is categorized as non-justiciable in the part of Nigeria Constitution, particularly Chapter 2 of the Constitution. It emphasizes social justice, but it says that it is not justiciable, meaning that one cannot challenge the failure of it in court. Unlike Islamic law, because the moment the government, the head of government take over the government, it has taken over the responsibility entirely. And the primary function of the government is to provide security. So, and under the Islamic law, once a person is displaced, if his family, if a family member of that person, a displaced person, is killed or during the process of the violence, there was a life claimed, compensation should be awarded under the Islamic law, but there is no such provision under the Nigerian law. So therefore, we recommended that there should be a kind of amendment in the Nigerian law to borrow or learn from the Islamic law that provide a solution or and protect the right of the internally displaced person. Though there is a commission in Nigeria, that is the Commission for Refugee and the Internally Displaced Person. This commission has its own enabling law, and the enabling law of the commission does not provide for compensation from the government, because once the government, thank you, sir. Once the government fails in performing its function, is supposed to pay for it. That is the because there is a social contract between the government and the people and its subjects. And once there is a social contract, it should be enforceable. So their rights should supposed to be an enforceable right. So that is why we say that if the social justice that is emphasized under the Islamic law can also be borrowed or be borrowed from the Islamic law into the Nigerian law, the situation of internally displaced person will be ameliorated. And we recommend that the following our recommendation is that there should be a stiffer punishment for anybody that is found guilty of insurgency as provided under the Islamic law. And then we recommended that the welfare of people is supposed to be the primary responsibility of government at all levels. So it should be part of the law. And then justice enabling people. We also that social justice should be part of the Chapter 2 of the Nigerian Constitution, and it should be justiciable and enforceable. And then we recommend that in Nigeria, if Nigeria can domesticate the Kampala Convention into the Nigerian Constitution, it will serve as, because most of the provision in Kampala Convention are in agreement with the provision of Islamic law. Thank you.
Wonderful. So we now have about 10 minutes for questions. I think, Salma, you had a question before, which you hadn't had a chance to ask, I believe. So could I move to you to ask the first question? Please put up your hands or write your questions in the comments box. Salma, I think your mute is still on.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Professor Kingsley. I'm actually wants to maybe comment, or maybe if there's some other who can explain further regarding the presentation by Bapak Ferry regarding the AI and blockchain. We understand that in other Islam communities, for example, in northern Nigeria, that reject a polio vaccine because it considers as foreign. Blockchain, AI, and machine learning definitely is going to change how we're going to look in the future, especially about the prediction, or in some cases may be seen as a fortune telling in the future, which actually forbidden in Islam. But this sort of technology actually allow us to predict the future. For example, the food system, the disaster risk reduction, and how maybe we discuss in here in the small groups who has more specific knowledge, but how we're going to explain this further in the larger Islam communities who maybe doesn't have knowledge, expertise, and how to link it with their belief in prediction or fortune telling with science. Maybe if Paferi can explain that, or maybe if other panelists can also have opinion about this. Thank you.
Paferi, would you like to answer the question?
Well, thank you so much for the question, Bustania, Prof. Kingsley. Basically, Bustania mentioned about the fortune telling, and she already add a word of scientific. Because by using, for example, the artificial intelligence for conducting the prediction, all the variable or the parameter are in place. And then we make the calculation by, for example, using the artificial neural networks with several variants and so on and so forth. I'm not going to go through detail. It means it's not just fortune telling. It's a prediction with the scientific and detailed knowledge on. That's first. Second one, there is a question about how should we link. So the best option of the best way possible for me is to be able to share this information, I would say educate and do as much as possible collaboration in order to spread the knowledge as well as to share what it is exactly and how it is, how do we see it as a Muslim, see this knowledge, see this science from the Islam perspective, which is in our perspective should not be an obstacle or is not violate our religion perspective. I should say that way. Hopefully that answered the question. Thank you, Bustania. Thank you.
Do we have anyone who would like to ask a question? If you raise your hand or put it in the chat box. If not, I have two questions. One to Malaka and the other one to you, Paveri. The first one is to Malaka, why you sort of talk about wanting to bring more schools into the discussion. Couldn't you just say, in some ways, let the free market of ideas do it? So that if, that instead of regulating it through a central committee, which could in ways become dominated by the dominant school, leave it as a privatized space in which you use the fact that there are different schools in different parts of the world to help sell product rather than to restrict it, right? So you take I'm talking free market idea to the banking sector rather than trying to regulate plurality into it. So it sort of flips the idea onto its head. Is that possible? I have no idea about the Saudi market or anything like that, but because that's part of the beauty, for instance, of the way the United Arab Emirates is trying to do something. They try and say, we're here for everyone. We don't, we don't make any decisions. We don't color anything. So in some ways, that's the way they've grabbed market share. And then for Veri, my question to you is, you're talking about two very different technologies. Blockchain is a technology which is in some ways human controlled, i.e. the algorithms and the locks are controlled by code, and the way you regulate that code is done by by people administering it. Whereas AI is in some ways taking the human out of the process. And my question to you is, how is Islam going to look differently at two very different technologies? Because they aren't the same thing. It's not just accepting a new technology, it's accepting two very different technologies. So those are my two questions. So maybe Malak, you can start and you can ask answers afterwards.
For me, I decided to go with these solutions as most of the Gulf countries are starting to move on to the idea of centralized Sharia board, as is the best way to deal with the Islamic financial products and make the stability on that. And I come up with the idea of having all the members of the different Islamic schools to get involved, because this has been suggested by the Kuwait as they decided to establish a central Sharia board, I think 2020. So, and as Gulf countries, we are sharing the same language, the customs, the whole things. So this is somehow I think what we are missing in Saudi is having this responsible body to regulate and to deal with these issues. As the Saudi Central Bank, just keep giving the responsibility of the compliance of the financial products or the whole issue to the banks. So they give it back to the banks. So when the customers want to confirm or to deal with that issue, each time they come up to the bank and they start to have some media arguments between the Muslim scholars trying to show up saying, oh, Bank A really is not providing Islamic financial products. So the best way is somehow to have this central Sharia board. It's the way to deal with these issues and to have these kind of confidence to the customers, because otherwise it will not, no one will. As a Muslim, we do have this belief, we should have this central board, we do have these Muslim scholars, because what they said, we believe. And if you will not solve it by this way, this confidence or the trust will keep just decrease day by day, as is ongoing problem currently in Saudi Arabia. But I'm talking about just rely on Hanbali school, it will not be useful because they are very restricted in that matter for the Islamic financial. We need to move on. We need to have a leaders in the Islamic finance, similar to Malaysia. So I'm looking for other schools, because in somehow they will not find a tricky way, but it will be more open mind, try to find a way to deal with the case of the interest, because this is the main concern for the Muslim scholars. Since we have any additional amount, they just quickly gonna explain it as interest riba, it's gonna be haram. So just push it back.
Wonderful, thank you for that. It's fascinating. Very, very quickly, can you give us an answer to the question?
Thank you for the question, Prof. So I would say both artificial and blockchains, as you mentioned earlier, artificial intelligence is more of the human, out of human. But I would say still, because the artificial intelligence is driven by all the variables. First, driven by all the variables that we put it on, meaning we can select it as an input. What are we going to put it in the process? Second one, the artificial intelligence will be able to deliver a recommendation only, while the decision making is still us. We are the one who make the decision. So I would say we are still in control, and Islam should not be seen as an obstacle or violate our religion principles. It's to align with the instruction, with the mandatory or compulsory to learn and to gain as much as possible science and knowledge. Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the opportunity. Looking forward to see you in person very soon.
Okay, now I think we're essentially out of time, and I don't see any hands up either. So I think I'll call an end to a really interesting session which dealt with some really complex social and political issues. So thank you to all three speakers for bringing new issues to mind. And I think we'll be slipping into our separate room in just a moment.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for chairing that session. We move now straight on to our next session, which is on Islam in Indonesia and is chaired by Emeritus Professor Greg Feely. We'll have a lunch break after the next panel, but please stay with us during this panel to support the speakers. Emeritus Professor Greg Feely was head of the Department of Political and Social Change at ANU, and he is now the chair of the Australia-Indonesia Institute in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and director of the Partnership in Islamic Education Scholarships, which brought Indonesian scholars working on Islam out to Australia for a sandwich year. So Greg is the ideal person to chair a session on Islam in Indonesia. And of course, Greg has been a long-serving mentor, and we're very grateful to you, Greg, for supporting this event for years and years and years, and I hope many years to come. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Jim. It would be my pleasure to continue playing this role, but I was really interested to look at the abstracts for all three papers today, and I'm really looking forward to learning something from this, and hopefully I and other people can make some comments that are also helpful to the three presenters. So our first presenter, I want to allow maximum time for them to speak. So I'll keep the introductions to a minimum, as others have done. So our first speaker is Febri Ramadan, who is a PhD candidate at Northwestern University in USA. And Febi, I'm assuming you are in the USA, not here. So welcome to you. Welcome to Australia, to an Australian audience, largely Australian audience. And we look forward to listening to your paper, An Ontological Struggle, Islamic Political Theology and the Criminalisation of Same-Sex Sexualities in Indonesia. So thank you, Febi, sorry, your time begins now.
I see. All right. Thank you so much, Greg. And I'm currently conducting my fieldwork right now, and I am in a place where I am having a really bad internet connection. Oh. So I hope that I can ask for Catherine's assistance, because I've already sent Catherine my pre-recorded presentation. If Catherine can hear me right now.
Yes, I'll put it on for you now. Just 1 second.
In the Department of Anthropology at Northwestern University. I am currently conducting my fieldwork in Indonesia, and I'm currently having a really bad and unstable internet connection in the place that where I'm residing. So if you're hearing, listening, and watching this video, it means that I cannot present my paper directly to you, but here is the pre-recorded video. So I am really sorry for this inconvenience, and thank you so much for your understanding for my circumstances. And thank you all for being here. So today I am going to talk about a particular case that took place in the Constitutional Court of Indonesia from 2016 to 2017. Some of you may know this case as the petition from ILS activists to criminalize consensual sexual activities in Indonesia. However, I'm going to focus primarily on their attempt in criminalizing consensual same-sex sexual activities. So, following the initial episodes of the moral panic against the LGBT community in 2016 Indonesia, a disjuncture happened in the Indonesian legal history. Two national networks, two national conservative networks named Aliansi Cinta Keluarga or AILA and Gerakan Indonesia Beradab or GIB petitioned the Constitutional Court of Indonesia to revise 3 articles of the Indonesian Penal Code, which include Article 284 on adultery, Article 285 on rape, and Article 292 on same-sex intercourse with a minor. At the heart of their petition, AILA and GIB activists, which were represented by 12 individuals of their members, petitioned that the meanings of sexual activities included in these articles to be expanded. So this table classifies the original text of these 8 articles and AILA and GIB's proposed revision, which shows that AILA and GIB's objective is to criminalize all sexual activities outside of wedlock, regardless of age, gender identity, and marital status of individuals who engage in the sexual activity. And in light of the judicial review attempt, a number of scholars made their arguments about the criminalization attempt. Henry Wijaya and Eun Seok Jung, for instance, argued that the criminalization attempt is related to the solidification of conservative Islamic movements in Indonesia, which led to the drastic intensification of politically engineered homophobia. In addition, anthropologists such as Tom Belstorff and Sharon Graham Davis argued that the criminalization attempt is part of the anti-LGBT exclusionary populism and the populist morality movement in Indonesia. So I think that these works are certainly helpful in providing foundational vocabularies and frameworks to professionally understand the judicial review case. However, despite their analytical usefulness, I think that these works only partially explain the judicial review attempt, especially because these studies have yet to engage with what the petitioners actually said and argued during the judicial review process. In so doing, we have yet to understand why the petitioners did what they did and why they continue to do what they do. And approaching the petitioners from their own framework, vernaculars, and standpoint, I think, is important if we want to understand the criminalization attempt in its entirety. So drawing on this case, my project asks, what drives AILA and GIB activists to petition the Constitutional Court of Indonesia to criminalize consensual same-sex sexual activities? To answer my question, I conduct my research, which basically is an ethnography in and with legal archives. So I acquired an official verdict and 21 court minutes from the website of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia, ranging from June 7, 2016 to December 14, 2017, with the total page number of 806. However, during my research, a methodological dilemma emerges. So while the court transcripts are beneficial in elucidating how the petitioners asserted and substantiated their claims, they have yet to provide a comprehensive explanation on why the petitioners did what they did. So against the backdrop of this dilemma, I think that it's important for us to revisit Ariana Kisa's reminder that studying an individual case will not provide the best means for scholars to grasp the sociological dynamics of a larger legal system. And additionally, Raul Marquez Porras recently suggests that ethnographers should look at the participants of the courtroom beyond the courtroom itself to capture the legal and social dynamics that precede or follow the courtroom repertoires. So therefore, my research builds on these arguments and propositions, and I draw on 12 months of ethnographic research with AILA and GIB activists in Indonesia, especially those who are involved in the criminalization attempt. And I also attend to other archives that are related to this case, but not necessarily this case. And to actually discuss my findings, I'd like to focus on a particular expert testimony from an invited expert, Shamsuddin Arif. At the time, he was a senior lecturer at an Islamic university in East Java and the executive director of the Institute for the Study of Islamic Thought and Civilizations in Jakarta, or INSITS. He participated in the judicial review as an expert from the petitioner side, and he represented Yayasan Peduli Sahabat, an Indonesian organization that provides counseling sessions for Muslims with same-sex attraction who want to live heterosexually. So I am not going to read the entire Arif statement right now, but I just want to highlight that this statement perfectly demonstrates two important points that support AILA and GIB's petition regarding consensual same-sex sexual activities. The first one is that an action can be defined as a crime even though it has yet to be regulated by law, Arif said. And second, he said that the victim of criminal activity can be varied from an individual to a nation to a state. And anyone who is being harmed, even immaterially, can be considered as a victim. And to a certain extent, I think that Arif's expert testimony can explain why and how Ayla and Gaby's petitioners can frame themselves as victims in this case. Throughout the judicial review process, the petitioners argued that they experienced constitutional detriments that are caused by the proliferation of sexual relations outside of wedlock and the enactment of the 3 articles of the Indonesian Penal Code that do not encompass the crimes that they have highlighted. Since the beginning, the petitioners have utilized their personal narratives and as concerned citizens and scholars, as well as parents and grandparents who are concerned that their family members are being threatened and harmed by, and I quote, free sex campaign that underestimated fornication and massively attempted to legalize same-sex obscenity. Such an approach to draw himself as a victim is intriguing, particularly because consensual sexual activities, even when being understood as a crime, is often regarded as victimless crime. The creation of the victim in this case, therefore, is important because this process is strongly related to how the petitioners approach and define the category of the crime itself. So within anthropology, many scholarship and approaches to crime and criminality have demonstrated that crime, both as empirical and analytical categories, press upon particular social and cultural construction processes. And in this particular judicial review case, same-sex sexual intercourse between consenting adults could be categorized by the petitioners as a crime because their approach is laden with their own cultural and moral framework. And to understand my argument further, one needs to look beyond the court transcript itself. And one of the most conspicuous examples of this larger context can be found in Ayla's agenda, which consists of its constant opposition to the legislation of Undang-Undang TPKS and Permendikbud 30 tahun 2021. Ayla's opposition to the creation of these laws generally revolve around their critique of the concept of sexual consent that is being used to prevent sexual violence. For Ayla activists, the concept of sexual consent is inherently flawed because it assumes individual liberty and provides opportunities for people to engage in sexual intercourse outside of wedlock as long as each party expresses their consent. And instead of sexual consent, Ayla activists argued that what should be foregrounded instead as their foundational criteria are religious values and societal norms. Furthermore, given that Ayla activists perceive the concept of sexual violence or kekerasan seksual as being inextricably connected to and relying on the presence of sexual consent, they also argued that the term should be changed and the meaning should be expanded to cover other forms of sexual crimes or kejahatan seksual that have yet to be included in these laws, which include same-sex sexual activities. And Ayla and Gaby's activist efforts in expanding the scope of Article 292 of the Indonesian Penal Code, as well as revising the categories of sexual violence in other legal products I contend, cannot be explained away by the framework of politics of moralization alone, like some analysts have done. While such an argument can explain the importance of moral languages and vernaculars in their repertoires, it has yet to explain what kind of moral framework that is activists subscribe to and the ways in which this moral framework affects their petition in this case. And to understand the kind of moral framework that affected and shaped Ayla and Gaby's petition, I think that we can turn our attention to the Yogyakarta Declaration on Human Dignity. So this is quite interesting. So at the end of January 2016, following the initial spark of the moral panic against the LGBT community in Indonesia, several conservative psychologists, scholars, and activists in Indonesia held a meeting, which led to the creation of GIB, or Gerakan Indonesia Beradab, which I have been discussing. For the next several months, GIB activists were busy drafting the Yogyakarta Declaration on Human Dignity, all while holding formal meetings with governmental institutions and officials to talk about the danger of the, and I quote, LGBT propaganda, and petitioning the Constitutional Court of Indonesia to revise 3 articles of the Indonesian Penal Code. On July 20 and 21, 2016, GIB activists and their affiliated members from Australia, Sudan, Germany, Malaysia, and Pakistan declared the Yogyakarta Declaration on Human Dignity. And in defining human dignity and its importance, GIB states that, and I quote, human dignity is sacred because it is endowed by God. All human beings have transcendent worth and value that comes from God. Aside from that, Article 7 of this declaration notes that, and I quote, the state should protect individual and family from any form of dehumanization, which include, and I quote again, unnatural sexual orientation and gender identity, end quote. In a way, I think that Gabe's declaration almost resonates Lockean approach to political theology that endows humans with an alienable transcendence that foregrounds rights due to their being as a property of the divine. However, if John Locke is looking to promote a public or civil society that is distant from the state, what Gabe activists promote is that the state should protect the rights of its citizens, including the rights to have human dignity and the rights of being protected from any form of dehumanization. And now we're going to go to my last point for this presentation, the persistence of Islamic political theology. So following Arif expert testimony, the hearing turned to the rest of the people in the courtroom, the attorneys, the delegation from the Indonesian government, and the constitutional justices. And they were allowed to ask their questions to experts. Among many different questions, one theme persisted, the relationship between law and morality. And in response to these questions, Arif stated that, and I quote, "We don't need to separate the law from morality, and it is not wrong to utilize religious norms as a reference to form legal norms." The basis of his argument, he argued, was because, and I quote again, "the spirit of the law is justice, and it is the task of the legislative body and the government to put things in their right place, to make sure that men have to be men and women have to be women." Again, Arif's statement is intriguing. Not only that he argued that the law should not be separated, not only does he argue that the law should not be separated from religious values, but he also used a certain understanding of justice in the Islamic intellectual tradition to convey what he meant by justice, putting things in the right place, which is literally a textbook definition of adl. So as I briefly discussed in introduction, several analysts and scholars have argued that Ayla and Gabe's legal effort should be situated in the larger context of conservative turn in Indonesian Islam, which for most scholars signifies the rapid growth of political Islam. While I understand the rationale behind this argument, I'm quite cautious in using political Islam, quote unquote, as an analytical category in this case for two reasons. First, the term political Islam itself is heavily loaded and is often used uncritically by scholars despite persistent critiques, particularly since political Islam as a category necessitates a default form of Islam that is imagined to be non-political. And second, at the more pragmatic level, arguing that Ayla and Gabe's petition signifies the presence and growth of political Islam does not necessarily clarify the phenomenon itself, because political Islam in itself is laden with multiplicities and contradictions. And therefore, instead of using the framework of political Islam, I rather approach the subject with the framework of Islamic political theology, which generally refers to a political order due to the presence of divine law in the Islamic tradition. In the case of Ayla and Gabe's activism, the presence of Islamic political theology is clearly apparent in the motivation of these activists, which is jihad bil hikmah. In many occurrences, Gabe states that their fundamental value is ikhlas dalam berjihad bil hikmah, or being sincere in the jihad bil hikmah. In a glance, the term jihad bil hikmah might remind us to da'wah bil hikmah, which refers to a proselytization approach in which the da'i utilizes reason and knowledge as well as foregrounds expertise and credibility. In addition, as an approach, jihad bil hikmah can be traced to Hasan al-Banna's thoughts, especially to Majmu'ah Rasail, Risalah al-Ta'lim, and Allah fi al-Qidah al-Islamiyah. Therefore, throughout their struggle, Ayla and Gabe's activists chose to utilize wisdom, reason, and knowledge in the legal and judicial spaces that Indonesian judiciary system actually affords, which makes their practices politically legitimate, legally lawful, and scientifically credible, all while enabling them to ensure that they can assert their political agendas. And throughout the judicial review process, Ayla and Gabe's petitioners often invited experts from various fields, which include psychology and psychiatry, legal studies, public health and medicine, as well as religious studies, to substantiate their claims. So to conclude my presentation, I just want to say that in discussing Ayla and Gabe's legal effort to criminalize some sexual activities, I have argued that Ayla and Gabe's activists really under a particular ontological understanding of human, especially apparent in their understanding of human dignity, which affects their stark opposition toward consensual sexual activities outside of wedlock. Their ontological understanding of human and human dignity, furthermore, is being utilized in their legal struggle in the Constitutional Court of Indonesia. In particular, Gaybe's core value of jihad through knowledge, wisdom, and reason elucidates Ayla and Gaybe's strategy to struggle against sexual practices that they deem sexual crimes, including consensual same-sex sexual activities, while enabling them to be
Catherine?
legitimate, legally lawful.
Catherine, I think we might have to conclude the video.
Their framework to criminalize all form of.
Yeah, sorry, I know it was nearly finished, but we've already gone a few minutes over time and it just ends up being unfair to others. So I'm sorry, Febi. It's a really interesting recording, but there might have only been a few seconds or another couple of minutes, and I just felt for fairness we need to stop there. But thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm sure there'll be questions and comments about your presentation when we get to that section of the session in a short while. So our next speaker is Subhani Kusuma Dewi, who is a PhD candidate in Western Sydney University here in Australia. And she is examining the expression of Indonesian Muslims performing Umrah pilgrimage in Mecca. So Subhani, feel free to share your PowerPoint and begin your presentation.
Hello, Greg. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Just glad to be here. Is my audio audible?
Yes, very clear.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And I'll start my presentation now. Good afternoon, everybody. Today I would like to present my paper on, also it's part of my thesis on the Indonesian Muslim practice of Umrah in the age of marketization, that I use the pesantren experience in regard to the trend of the Umrah pilgrimage practice. So this is the highlight of my presentation today. And I begin from the context of the global context of the pilgrimage to Mecca. The Haram Mosque and also Medina City continue to attract Muslim worldwide for centuries, and began in 20th century. The Saudi Arabia government turned the site and developed the site into, let's say, a market for the great trade and tourism. It became a global investment for the franchises, including accommodation, transportation, and other facilities. And how does it affect to the Indonesian context? Since, let's say, 2 decades ago, Umrah became an expression for the middle-class Muslim to express part of their spirituality and piety. We can see here there are artists here to express their religiosity through Umrah. Here it is the 2 bottom in the bottom are quite recent, where the Instagram artists, or how you can say, what's proposed there, their baby in Mecca, and also here one of the most popular band in Indonesia, that is Dewa, goes to Umrah. It is quite recently, and here also we can see, and we all Indonesians know that Umrah also became part of the symbol where political party and political figures try to attract their voters through Umrah practice. Another thing that it is quite important is that Umrah, also known as that there is a discourse of religious theology within the expression of the Umrah. For example, here Umrah sesuai Al-Quran and Sunnah, that one may know that it referred to a specific school of thought or perspective of seeing Islam. And also here the green band, we can see here that there is Habib Sheikh, which also reflect distinct group of Muslim society in Indonesia. Seeing that phenomenon, I want to go back to the anthropological study of pilgrimage, which currently also moved to the anthropological study of Muslim pilgrimage. While the study of Hajj and also local pilgrimage has been growing so fastly in Indonesia, the study of Umrah has just begun quite recently. So here we can see in the right part here that Umrah research focus mainly on the expression of middle-class Muslim, where middle-class Muslim express for their piety and also their spirituality. Indonesian researchers also continue to go in detail by seeing that the capitalism and also taking spirituality and Muslim and pilgrims expression, whether they are trying to consume during their pilgrimage or they are become more on the vendor and tourist, this kind of things. And also quite recently, Umrah become part of the social media researcher issue. In my research, I want to go back to the concept of the pilgrimage study, that is a multifocality concept from the Arjana 2017, and I also want to take one of the research on the mobility pilgrimage as part of the mobility through what is called as the imaginary of mobility. So I will skip this part to the last point. While the social conception of religion focus on the martyrization of pilgrimage, how the pesantren travel agency orient their practice to the relationship between local and global center. So the argument of this thesis will go like: the current practice of pilgrimage, that is Umrah, that is expressed by the pesantren, has a role in expanding the multifocal and multi-central characters of pilgrimage site. What I call as multifocality here denotes to the understanding that there are numerous different narratives or imaginaries in the previous slide that relate to the practice and the meaning of pilgrimage itself. While the multicentrality, I think, is quite popular in the study of pilgrimage, that refer to the various way of seeing the center or the destination or the site of the pilgrimage, and the relationship between local and central. Sometimes it's seen as the opposing one each other, or related or parallel to one each other. To acquire this data, I use hybrid ethnography. This ethnography arises during the COVID situation, and this method actually highlight or emphasize the parallelity between on-site and also online encounters. So for those who are not quite familiar to the pesantren is actually traditional education institution in Indonesia. Its main or principal mechanism is to guideline to teach students in Indonesia about Islamic education, about Islamic teaching. But quite recently, that pesantren also offer a travel agency, or specifically to facilitate pilgrimage practice to Mecca, and also some of them to local pilgrimage. In my case, that is pesantren Islam in Yogyakarta, one of the pesantren in Central Java. They also hold granted authority to the Sufi Tariqat linkage, that is Qadiriyah Naqshbandi, and they also offer annual pilgrimage, either local or to Mecca. The authority of the the leader granted from the many ulama, either global or local. Sorry. So here is the destination of the Umrah. So here is the Indonesian map, and here from Java to Arab Saudi to Mecca, but here is the local destination as the preparation of the Umrah. Here is from the Pesantren, and then they go to the two graves complex in that relate to the Mataram Islamic Kingdom Mosque, and also they go to other two destinations that relate also to the Tariqat, and they end in the Java. They end their pilgrimage road to the Sunan Kalijaga Mausoleum, that is known as one of the saint of the 9 saint in Java, that is known as the figure who Islamized the land. So here are part of their expression as the preparation of the Umrah pilgrimage. They do recitation and what's a regular recitation that relate to the leaders' authority gained from the ulama, from their Sufi sheikh. Here, number 1, and also they do local ziarah to the Sunan Kalijaga site. And here, number 4, even the weekly recitation of what is known as litanies, or in Arabic we call it dhikr, mujahada, is also occurred in or during their Umrah pilgrimage. Seeing that data, I want to explore more on my findings. So studies on Javanese local pilgrimage denote about the barakah and shafa'ah. This is actually part of the previous research findings. In my case, I found that the word sowan or permission is really vivid during my field work. That is a practical and ethical elements of the Javanese Muslim for their pilgrimage, either local or Umrah. The concept of sowan signifies several expressions for the Javanese. First, it implies the respect toward the hierarchy between spirituality and also nobility, or the royal family that also dedicate their life and their kingdom to the early Islam in Java. So one also enabled
3 minutes left.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
So one also enabled the pilgrims to express their worldly and spiritual wishes. I will skip the quotation, and then, oops, sorry, I'm really sorry about this. Also, in the concept of barakah, which is quite popular in pilgrimage practice, here I would like to highlight that in this case, the concept of barakah presupposes the relationship between the grave and the destination, and also the performers, that is pilgrims. Barakah also reveal the nearness contact between the Sufi ulama, whether deceased or still alive, and also the pilgrims that may lead to their prosperity. So I want to express that although they go from the traditional pesantren and they express through the Javanese expression of Muslim, they also actually have the motivation on the economic matter, that is want to gain more prosper from their performance of pilgrimage. So these are the last of my presentation. The Javanese traditional Muslim, actually, they want to preserve the relationship between Java and Mecca, which is have been maintained by the ulama. And this concept that is related to the multifocality, it parallels to the local pilgrimage. It parallels the local pilgrimage and also the global one. So there's no the most center or the last center, both of the Javanese sites and also Mecca are all equal as the destination and as the sacred site of the pilgrimage. And the Islamic concept of barakah, again, I want to highlight that it is actually the mechanism of the pilgrims to use and gain more prosperous life. So that's all my presentation today. Thank you very much for listening, and I am very welcome for more feedback. Thank you, Pa Greg and all audience.
Thank you very much, Subhani, for that. Let's go ahead with the questions and comments of the two previous speakers, so Febi and Subhani, sorry. Does anyone have any questions I would like to ask of either of those speakers? I do have questions, but I was going to save those for our session. But if there is no one else putting up their hand, and I can't see anything else on the chat, I might begin with my questions. Febi, thank you very much for your presentation. There was a lot of material in there, and I hope that I have fully understood all the things that you were saying. And I really welcome this research as well, to look at the motivations and the reasoning behind the Ayla Gaiber case to the Mahkamah Konstitusi is a really valuable item of research. I suppose several things struck me about this. You mentioned that you're doing an ethnography of the legal archives, and then you asked the question about ethnography of the judiciary. It also occurred to me, if you're interested in the motivations of the petitioners, why aren't you, or perhaps you are, interviewing and doing an ethnography on the members of Ayla and Gaiber? Why find out more about their motivations apart from what's written in legal documents? Because many of us have questions about Ayla in particular, and we would like to know more about them. And so I'm wondering why, or whether you have had many discussions with them, and if that is not also part of your formal methodology.
Yeah, should I answer this question
Please,
right now?
yeah, please answer now. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that question, and please just let me know if I didn't catch your question correctly. So I think I have to highlight actually that my engagement with Ayla and Gaiber activists is not that long enough already. I mean, my actual engagement with them just happened for about 3 to 4 months now, and I'm still conducting this research at least until August next year. But so far, what I've been finding is that there is it's really tricky, because for can I ask a clarifying question first?
Yes, of course.
Okay, are you asking about why am I studying their motivation, or are you rather asking what is their motivation really is?
Well, I thought one of the things you said at the beginning is that you were interested in their motivation. Clearly, their legal reasoning is an important part, but you seem to be also looking at their motivation. So and then you spoke about your methodology, which was an ethnography of the legal archives. I wondered why you were not also systematically interviewing the members of Ayla and Gaiber so that they could explain why they were bringing this matter to the Constitutional Court. So it's not just legal documents that you're examining, but also you are discussing this directly with the petitioners.
I see. All right. Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So yeah, what I wanted to say is that for the last 3 to 4 months, I have been interviewing the activists from ILA and GIB, but also from several other organizations, communities, and networks that are related to them. So I'm also engaging with, let's say, organizations such as Yayasan Peduli Sahabat, Giga Indonesia, Relawan Titian Kebaikan, and some other organizations and communities. And so what I presented in my paper and my presentation earlier was more preliminary findings from my engagement with the archives and my, I don't know, engagement with the activists through participant observation instead of interviews.
Yep.
So I am doing what you're suggesting actually right now.
Good. No, that's good. It's just you didn't list that. You listed the legal archives, but it's good to know that you're doing that research because, and this relates to your later point about where you draw this distinction between political Islam and Islamic political theology. And we perhaps will have a longer discussion about this in the breakout group later. But what is the distinction between the two? Because there are a lot of political scientists who say, of political Islam, who say that we need a broad definition, that political Islam is not just parties and elections and parliaments, legislation. It's actually social groups, it's mobilization, it's discursive. So you can have a political objective without ever competing in an election. One way in which you can bring political pressure to bear is by doing what ILA and GIB is doing, and that is bring a case to the Mahkamah Konstitusi. Or if we think of, you know, that those Muhammadiyah activists who brought, there was a Jihad Konstitusi, who brought those cases to the Mahkamah Konstitusi about foreign ownership of resources like the water system in Jakarta, and they had some success in these cases, but that was a different kind of activism because many of the people involved thought, we are not powerful enough in Parliament to succeed, but we can succeed through the courts. That is a different kind of Islamization. So I just ask you to think a bit more about this, and I'd be interested to know what you think. But I'm wondering if your definition of political Islam is too narrow.
I see. Yeah, that might be the case, actually, Pak Greg. I mean, if I can be completely honest, I'm also still thinking about that argument of mine. I mean, I'm coming from the anthropological tradition of studying Islam, especially the ones from people like Talal Asad and Charles Hirschken, but also religious studies scholars in the US who complicate and problematize the category of religion. And it makes me think about the category of political Islam, especially the political part of political Islam. I mean, whenever I read about political Islam, which I think my definition and my reading is still too narrow until this point, I think that based on my readings, it seems to me that a lot of scholarly and scholastic understandings of political Islam tend to be, as you say, really narrow, and I don't know, it kind of assumes a certain form of Islam that is imagined to be non-political, whatever that means at this point. I don't know actually, but yeah, I agree with you that I need to think about that more, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I won't, you and I can discuss this in a little bit in the breakout rooms. Sure. But just something for you to think about. I have some other questions as well, which I which I might come back to you later on. And for Sukandi, I wanted to ask, and I'm sorry, but you and I have we've had a discussion about this just a few months ago, I think, at ANU. But I wanted to raise a few things about your presentation. The first is that it seems to me it's very complex. It seems at the start to be straightforward because you're talking about Umrah and you know, the whole pilgrimage industry, but then you add about pesantren and about local pilgrimages in Java, and I can see there's a connection to pietism there, but the two of them, I think you need to make clearer from the start. You're looking at both international pilgrimage and local pilgrimage, and you need to be clearer about what ties these things together. That's because they could easily seem to be quite different. I mean, quite different scale, but also the uses of them quite different. So if there's a clear connection between the two, make that clear from the beginning, because you're talking about Umrah to Saudi Arabia, and you've got the figures there, almost 1 million people and the like. And so our focus seems to be on Saudi Arabia, but then halfway through we're talking about pesantren in Java and pilgrimage sites within central Java. So I think that's one problem you have, that there's a bit too much happening. And if you're going to have that broader international local focus, you need some very tight themes that tie it all together. So one of them seemed to me was prosperity. You mentioned prosperity several times, not so much internationally, but certainly locally, linked to Barokah and to you know, getting the approval of or being close to your Sufi, your Murshid or your Ulama, whoever it was. And so is this a theme? Is there a link between pietism, prosperity, and pilgrimage? It's like Petiga, but not the party, but, you know, is that something you could use to bundle these up together? So that would be one suggestion I would have about your and I know this is just one part of a thesis, but just as a presentation, it gets a bit messy.
Okay, can I respond now?
Please do, please do.
Okay, yes, thank you very much for your comments. I also realized that there is a jumping explanation about the first from Umrah, I mean the international context, and then go directly into more detail, or too detailed to the pesantren case, without saying at the last, I just realized, oh yeah, I actually need to give also information about how the history and value that underlies the practice of local pilgrimage. I realized that is the thing that I missed during my presentation. So that's why when I explain about the remarks or concluding remarks or the relationship between both, there seems to be a gap between the previous, the historical context and the current situation. Thank you very much for your input. And then the next is about the prosperity and also the barakah. I realized that it is also actually part of my reflection from our discussion previous months at ANU, and I also again call my gratitude to your input at that time. And then I start to see more detail how Barakah concept is used in the expression of the pilgrims. And yeah, I have a very limited time to explain, but during my thesis work, I try to see, to review the concept of Barakah before I knew that from the previous research that Barakah is blessing. But then I want to know more about the concept of Barakah. So I found there are many conceptions that came and may relate to the practice of pilgrimage done by this pesantren. Because what I see during the fieldwork is that the word Barakah, the word or what they understood as Barakah, continue to appear during interview, during the observation, and it can relate to many things. For example, the celebration, the annual celebration, and they ask for the more Barakah life, more blessed life, for example. And also the pilgrims during the interview, they also express about the motivation to do Umrah is actually also want to gain the Barakah life that I can interpret that is more prosperous life in the matter of their economic motivation. So this is so for me, I really want to thank you for this for 3P pietism, prosperity, and I will to my thesis I will more include the Barakah concept that is interpreted or perceived not very differently, but perceived in many ways by the pilgrims. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So I thank you very much, Sulkhani. So I think, how about Tim? Does anyone else have any other questions or comments for our two presenters? If not, how about Tim? I propose that for everyone else, they have a slightly earlier lunch, but that I go into the breakout room with Febi and Subhani now, and we have our discussion, and
that sounds great,
as long as it needs, and then everyone can return at, what is it, 2 o'clock or 2:30?
Back at 2. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Greg. That sounds fine. Thank you very much for that session, and to our two presenters. I'm sorry we lost somebody. Hopefully they might come back to us later. We're going to have the break now, as Greg suggests, and we'll start again at 2 o'clock for our 4th session on Islam and women, chaired by Dr. Dina Afrianti. So can I ask everyone to please come back just a couple of minutes before 2 o'clock, so we're back online and don't lose time in that session. Thanks to all our presenters and mentors so far. We're very grateful to you for your commitment, and we look forward to seeing you all again this afternoon. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, great. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've all had a nice break for lunch and enjoyed your coffee like I did. We're ready now for our 4th panel for today, which is a session on Islam and women. We're lucky to have 4 speakers in this session, and our chair is Dr. Dina Afrianti, who is a researcher in the field of human rights and disability rights in Muslim society, currently a research fellow in the La Trobe University Law School. Dina was previously head of international relations in the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences at Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University in Jakarta. And at present, She is the founder and current president of the Australia-Indonesia Disability Research and Advocacy Network, or AIDRAN, which is supported by a multi-year grant from the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and implemented in partnership with Indonesia's National Development Planning Agency. Thanks, Tina, for joining us. Over to you.
Thanks, Pak Tim, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, probably for colleagues who are in Indonesia and elsewhere. I'm very delighted to chair this session, and without further ado, we will have 4 speakers, as mentioned by Professor Tim Lindsay. Each of the speaker will have 15 minutes to present, and then we will have 15 minutes for discussion. So over to you, Pavitra from National University of Singapore.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Pavitra, and thank you for this opportunity. I am going to present a part of my chapter, which is still in its preliminary stages of working, and this is on Tamil Muslim women in Malaysia and their adoption of female circumcision or female cutting as a part of assimilation into the Malay society. So Tamil Muslims in Malaysia constitute a unique ethnic or racial minority group. They are mainly descendants of Tamil Muslim immigrants or children of Tamil Muslim converts who migrated to Malay Peninsula from the south of India. One of the main trends among Muslim minorities in Malaysia generally is something called Malayization or behavioral Malayization, which is a process of assimilation into Malay ethnic group by adopting their religion and religious practices and culture, as they believe that following the Malay cultural practices also purifies their identity as a Muslim. So the most talked about theme, especially in terms of narrative of an Indian Muslim or a Tamil Muslim history in the Malay Peninsula, has been that of a personal and a group identity. In Malaysia, especially, where social, economic, and political life has been shaped by ethnic and religious constituencies, affiliation to one or the other categories have taken critical significance in the life of Malayan residents. So according to the conventional social category publicly recognized in Malaysia, the Indian Muslim is more or less a hybrid by the virtue of their Indian ethnicity while sharing the faith of Islam with the Malays, who are the dominant or the national group. And thus, the overarching problem of the ambiguous identity of internal differences within the Tamil Muslim community predates the arrival of these people into Malay Peninsula. Within the Indian homeland, there is a lot of difference between the Indian Muslim community, especially when they are segregated on the basis of their regional origins or caste-based lines, and on the lines of these lines of their religious schools, which results in a sort of social ambiguity. So, as I mentioned earlier, the Indian Muslim community in Malaya has 3 different endings in terms of their identity crisis. First, they have either incorporated completely into being a Malay and they identify as Malay and as a Bhumiputra. In the second, they remain confirmed as an Indian, never attempting to claim their Malayness. And finally, they are a permanent marginal, or they are becoming, they claim to be an Indian themselves, or a Javi Pernakan, or otherwise somebody who's oscillating between what is Indian and Malay in their identities. So the transnational and universal character of Islam does not succeed in eradicating a lot of social cleavages any more than ethnicity necessarily mutes differing religious loyalties in other parts of the world. Now I'm coming to my area of concentration in my research, which is Tamil Muslim women. Now, Tamil Muslim women cannot be studied on a singular axis because there are 3 main pillars in terms of their identities. One being religion, that is Islam, gender, they are women, and then race of being Tamil/Indian. Now, Tamil Muslim women in Malaysia have recently adopted the practice of female genitals cutting or circumcision known as Sunnat Perempuan. Now, this practice is a part of wearing part of the clitoris is removed before the age of 2 has become an integral part of the Malay Muslim identity, as local cultural interpretation of Islam deems it wajib or obligatory, while many activists have pointed out that there is no mention of female circumcision in the Quran. While female genital circumcision is totally unheard of among Tamil Muslim women in India and even the older generation of Tamil Muslim women in Malaysia, this has become a common practice as a part of assimilation and adopting the cultural ideals of the Malays as a part of becoming a good Muslim, a part of becoming a good Malay, a part of assimilating into the broader society, as a part of the celebrating femininity and modesty, controlling sexuality, and also adopting the Malay ideas of being a good Muslim. Now, in this particular paper, I have some, I'm doing a research based on ethnographic interviews with about 15 to 20 Tamil Muslim women, and I aim to use an intersectional lens to bring out the female standpoint concerning this particular process and what are they understanding about the same. Now, Sunat Perempuan, as it is known in Malay, has been carried out on girls before the age of 2, and they normally remove the tip of the clitoris or a tiny piece of skin. And this is usually performed by a makpedan or a traditional medically unqualified midwives. But today, there are also this is also being medicalized with doctors performing the procedures to minimize the health risks involved. And about 93% of Muslim women in Malaysia have already undergone this particular process. So why do Tamil Muslim women participate in it? And what are their views regarding the same? Now, this is not a part of the cultural fabric of Tamil Muslims as such. So critically analyzing on a critical understanding of Tamil Muslim women and their intersectional views of female circumcision, we can understand that it is a part of assimilation into Malay culture, as well as Malay ideas of being a good Muslim. So one of the women that I interviewed pointed out that it doesn't hurt. My mother told me that she had it done for me and I never knew about it and I'm doing okay. So when I had my daughters, I thought, why not get it done if it doesn't do any harm? So her explanation was that people around, or the Muslim women around, were doing it. And it was essentially a part of becoming Malay and hence through that becoming a part of a good Muslim. And she felt that she was imparting a proper religious value as well as a proper moral by doing this. And similarly, opposed to the views of patriarchy, this practice among Tamil Muslim women are being encouraged and promoted by women. And another woman that I interviewed had this to say about the practice. When my daughter was born, my friends and even the nurse asked me when I'm going to get sunnat done for her. My mother, my grandmother, and even my husband, who's originally from Kadiyanallur in Tamil Nadu, were against it. I did some research, but there's not much information about this. Most women just do it here because everybody else just did it. I asked the doctor in the Islamic clinic. She explained how this would keep tomboyish attitude and lesbianish traits away. It would help in maintaining cleanliness and spiritual cleanliness by keeping sexual thoughts in control. So I got it done for both my daughters. It took hardly 10 seconds. She also aims to spread awareness about the goodness of this process. She also stated that while male sunnat is a celebration, female sunnat is a secret or private affair. For gender equality, she believes that we should also be celebrating the same for girls rather than hiding it. And another view she gave is that most of the time, when it comes to empowering women, this is regarded as disempowering women. But for her, she said this is quite empowering because here, among Tamil Muslim women in Malaysia, it is the women who decide for their daughters. This is a woman-driven decision and hence empowering. So here we can see that the process of, or the idea of empowerment itself is being interpreted in a very, very different way. And whereas for some others, they thought that this is a process which is not mentioned in the Holy Quran and it is not needed to become, essentially to become a good Muslim. And they claim that there is no backing for this process. Yeah. And another woman claimed that this is not as barbaric as they make it sound. We are moderate Muslims, and this is not this. You cannot study Sunnah as it is practiced in any other parts of the world, like say North Africa. It is done differently in Malaysia, and hence you cannot study this on a single axis. One particular woman that I interviewed claimed that a whitewashed approach of looking at it is not applicable in studying Sunat Perempuan in Malaysia. I asked her about the idea of consent and agency, especially because babies cannot give consent. So she looked at me and asked me, you are from India, south of India. I see you have your ears pierced. So she asked me, what day did you get your ears pierced? So being from south of India, on the 28th day, we have a naming ceremony when we are given our name as well as our ears are pierced. So she asked me, nobody asked you to put holes in your ears and you're still fine. So why do you think this should be a problem? Our women are doing fine. I am fine. I had it done on myself.
You have 5 more minutes, Pavitra.
Yeah, thank you so much. So here is where my question comes, like, how can we study this on a single axis? This is not just a part of belonging to a community in terms of religion, but also a community, a minority community, and a minority within a minority, because women are again a minority, and belonging to a racial minority itself makes them, sort of puts them in a very different level of minority, and they are trying to bring up their own ways of being assimilated into a larger system or larger social structure, as well as they are gaining their own understanding of what it means to be a good Muslim and a good Malay. I'm going to end my paper over here because I have a lot more, but I feel if I'm going more into theoretical aspects, it might exceed time. Thank you.
Is that all? Oh,
yeah.
you have four more minutes actually, Pavitra.
I think because I feel like if I go on to the theories, it might be a little too long.
Okay.
This is the gist of it. Yeah.
All right. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Pavitra. Very interesting research. And I'm sure we will have a lot to discuss during the Q&A. Probably colleagues here already have a lot of questions. So that means we come to our second speaker, Stania Pusmawardani from Indonesia. Yes. Stania, you, like Pavitra, also have 15 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. I'm just going to this one. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's actually both of reflections or thinking with my friend, colleague, Nita Roshita, who's unfortunately not be able to attend today. It is actually our thoughts about Muslim women in public life, how we navigating between patriarchy and equality. And furthermore, we're going to see how this, yeah. So outline of the topics is how the research starts, and then the question that we have both in our mind, the finding that we found so far, and then the further reflections. So the research starts. So this is actually not a compulsory academia research for getting a degree. Right now, I'm trying to complete my PhD degree on natural resources and gender transition in renewable energy, while Nita is in East Asian Studies in University of Indonesia. So it is actually started of our daily curiosity of women place in Islam, especially when we encounter a social media post of a famous ustad saying that a wife who worked as a breadwinner, not only supporting the main breadwinner, do not expect that her family's sustenance or rezeki will be granted or will be accepted. So since Nita and I work as the breadwinners in our family, so we think whether what we are doing, whether we are wrong in Islam or in the teaching, and how is those questions are being treated in Islamic society, in Islamic law, and how it interpreted in the Indonesian local law. So our research questions is actually started from our daily curiosity. How do women see Islam, especially as a working woman, sinful or beneficial? So it's especially for women who live and spend in public, especially to support family. So this is from Nita and my background, how we experience living in patriarchal or misogynistic culture, where we see a binary gender work division, where we are actually, as a woman, nurtured to work at home, and then men in outside. We are also taught about dapur kasur samur, or domestication of women roles in life, that our domain is actually at kitchen, in bed, and well. And also we often found misogynistic jokes that often belittled women, such as the one written here. If somebody, especially men, found something funny, and then they would say, "Oh, so funny, give him a divorcee," like that. And then we often find it in our daily life. And also we see that there are othering of other gender or social status, for example, and then ridicule them. And it's actually what we found in society. Transgender, or we use the term woman here in our community, divorcee, especially young divorcee. And then also single women who hasn't been married yet or choose not to be married. They are often being ridiculed, being laughed at, or others. But we actually see that in Islamic texts, women play roles in public life, even in the Prophet time. For example, actually, Siti Khadijah is the wife of Muhammad Prophet, and the first Muslim believer, is actually a 2 times single woman, divorced from, I think it's divorced or widower from her previous spouse. And then also the Queen of Sheba, or Bilqis, which we found in the Quran letters, Al-Naml, or the end, verses 20 and 24. And also we found that Quran itself is actually respect women who work by spinning threads, written in the At-Talaq letters, and also appreciating the 2 women farmers, which were the daughters of Shu'aib prophet, and also the wife of Prophet Ayub, who worked as a baker. So and then our further curiosity found that actually in Indonesia, we found this is quite a long thoughts in our community, that there are Perda Syariah, which is based on strict Islamic teaching interpretations, and based on a report by the National Commission for Eradication of Violence Against Women in 2018, there are 421 local regulations in Indonesia based on this interpretation, which actually discriminates, ranging from forbid women to work, apply curfew in several areas, certain dress code obligations, and banning trans women to work in the beauty salon. So, but maybe our finding just initially, but we found that actually Islam itself is really respecting women's life and sees women and men in the same. This is men and women who work to make a living will be recorded as good deeds and will get equal returns, that we found in the Ali Imran. There are also other verses that deem that God is respecting men and women regardless of their position or status, as long as they are doing good deeds. So it's actually driving us to further reflections about how women being interpreted in a local governments, in a local country, in a certain countries, and how this interpretation can lead to whether the banning of women to go to school, to get educations, to be active in the public life based on this the strict interpretations, and how about the arguments of women roles is actually in a domestic life, because they are family buildings and the homemakers. This especially happen, especially in the women and workforce, where we see, for example, the number of women diplomats now is more than male diplomats. And then we find it also, especially in the nurture or care industries, where the number of women workers are especially exceeding the male workers. And the fourth, maybe the feminist worldview, whether we see public life as a competitions, or whether it's seeing it as a harmony, whether seeing it as a warfare area or space, or whether it's actually a place where we can have a synergy, a blue ocean strategy, and the alternative ways of seeing things, of seeing how the work can be done without war or masculinity in many areas, whether it's in education, in business, in politics, and in other strategy. So I think that's my short presentations, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Stania. Another speaker who did not use all the 15 minutes being allocated, which is maybe a good thing, so that we will have more times to discuss. So I would like to invite Azhar Shaikh from Pondicherry University. I hope I pronounce it correctly, from India, who is going to talk about the notion of gender justice and the resurgence of the Taliban in Afghanistan. So Shaikh, time is yours. Similar with others, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Respected chair, designated professors, and my dear fellow participants. Good morning, you. Good morning from India. I would like to present PPT. My topic, which I was dealing with the notion of gender justice with the resurgence of Taliban in Afghanistan. This is Azhar Shaikh, Department of Politics and International Studies, Pondicherry University, India. Throughout history, Islam has been interpreted in various ways, mainly when it comes to women. The Islamic discourses has been seen in various ways, and mostly it was acquired by men, so that the hegemony of men was still there in interpreting of Islam. When we see the discourses of Islam, how they view women, in Orthodox discourse, Fatna at Sabha, in her book, Women in the Muslim Unconsciousness, describes it as a discourse of power, authority, and hierarchy. It maintains social hierarchy by localizing sexuality with marriage, because it is the way keeping the monopoly of the men, hegemony of the men. It is a spiritual, eternal, and omnipresent discourses. Even if you see in the Quran, whereas Surah Al-Nisa, where it says men are in charge and superior to women, and Surah Al-Baqarah, which says women are tilth for you and go and cultivate your tilth. These surahs in Quran obviously defines women as a subordinate to men. When we move to the traditional discourses, which is based on Hadith and Sunnah and Quran, these were mostly in written format. The main idea is of the to regulate desire. Mostly the word fitna is here used to describe women. They considered an embodiment of it. Women, as Fatima Mirsani points of, women are capable of creating fitna. Because fitna is considered more or like as a disorder, chaos, catastrophe, or a selection or attracting beauty. Even from this side, the parda and hijab came into light. Despite fitna represents desire, Imam al-Ghazwa state the struggle against desire was identified by Prophet Muhammad as a great jihad. When we move on to the erotic discourse, which says pleasure as a moving factor here, mostly it is an attempt by sheikhs, imams, and qadis, such as Ibn Kemal Pasha and Sheikh Nazwafi. Here, the authorities vested with the responsibilities for guiding and channeling the acts of the believer. Women, as Leela Ahmed points out, women became slaves as objects of sexual usage. Even Sabah points out that the women culture has built in ideological blindness to economical dimension of women. Women are more seen as sexual objects rather than any other thing. The construction of gender and the body of pertains to all Egyptian women, like Egyptian women with female entertainers, they use their body instead of hiding them as much as possible. Even it was seen as a haram in Islam, like entertainment is also a haram in Islam. When we see in Islam, when we refer to Allah, which has no body or no gender, yet he was referred as he in Arabic. Genderless nouns were given in the male form, even in India or anywhere. He was referred as he mostly, giving him male connotation among Islam. While many specific Sharia laws are not found in Quran, traditional Muslims' texts and practices are used to justify restrictions which limits women access to education, transportation, employment, making women reliant on men. When we move into our main topic, how women and Afghanistan. Women in Afghanistan before Taliban, they were in 1921 during Amanullah Khan, his policy which he is inspired from the Western style of living, as seen as a more liberal, and with his wife here, his dresses and sees everything, he is liberal. And when in 1921 women are given right to vote in Afghanistan. Prior to the rise of Taliban, women were protected under the law, increasingly afforded rights, where the Afghan constitution provide equality for women. Yeah, in 1960, the Afghan constitution provided equality for women. In 1977, women over 15% of Afghanistan were over the legislative body. There was a mood of openness in the country, which is moving towards equality until Soviet invasion and the Mujahids breakout. It was estimated in 1980 or 1990s, there will be 70% of school teachers will be women, 50% of government 50% of government teachers will be women, 40% doctors, 30% civil servants. They are estimated that they will be women, but unless the Soviet and Mujahideens and Taliban's invasion has ruined the fate of women in Afghanistan. After the Mujahideen and the tussle between in Afghanistan, the Taliban took over in 1996. Strict laws were made, strict laws were brought, and people were dead with hudhud penalties, which is Kitabul Hudhud, the book pertaining to the punishment described by Islam, for which punishment were fixed in Quran and Sunnah. Criminal law from the Sharia is implemented in Afghanistan. The most common penalties were beheading for murderers, stoning to death for women who were guilty of adultery. Whipping and amputation was seen as a common practice. Women's rights were blendedly or were systematically been destroyed in Afghanistan after the Taliban takeover. Under Taliban, the women and girls were discriminated in many ways. The Taliban enforced the version of Islamic Sharia law and banned from going to schools or studying, banned from working. Burqas were made compulsory, banned from leaving the house without a male chaperone. They were banned from showing their skin in public, banned from accessing healthcare, delivered and forbidden from healthcare, which was virtually inaccessible. Even they are banned from involvement in politics and speaking publicly. The rapes and violence were never low, and they were all-time high. And the use of power and the violation of women's rights were clearly seen in this era. There were many other ways in the rights were denied to women. Women were essentially invisible in public life, imprisoned in their homes. In Kabul, residents were ordered to cover their grounds and on the first floor of the window so that women could not see from the street. If a woman left in the house, it should be covered in the full veil. Even in the women were dealt with harsh punishments. Women who were flogged or showing inch or 2 inch of skin with a burqa are beaten to death, or moreover death. Death is the more punishment than anything. Rape and violence against women are very, very common. The Taliban do not simply did this like they made a law or given it. Taliban implemented these laws very strictly. Like in the first stage, the Taliban military took over a charge of this task. Later, the Taliban set up religious police department, the Department for the Prevention of Vice and Fostering Virtues, which was still exists presently. This department was upgraded to ministry in May 1996. 45 squads from the department toured the Kabul, ensured that the rule of conduct and rest were followed. Radio Voices of Sharia announced in December 1996 that 225 women did not observe this code and got punished. In February 1997, 60 women in Kabul were punished for the same movements, and they were bound to death. In May 1998, 490 men were given lashes for cutting their beards. Even men in Taliban era would have strict restrictions of their beard or their long hair. The Taliban do not simply promulgate these rules; they implemented with much severe punishment. Uh, the Taliban, when asked, the Taliban claimed it was trying to ensure a society in which women had a safe and dignified role. But the fact shows the opposite. Women are stripped of their dignity under the Taliban. They were made unable to support their families. Girls were deprived of the basic health care and schooling. They were deprived of giving their childhood under a regime that took away songs, their dolls, their stuffed animals. They were banned by everything. Even dancing or partying at the marriages were banned. After the US invasion and the West takeover or support of the support in the game of women rights in Afghanistan, the women started to breathe again, and the hope for freedom and liberty was seen again. The post-Taliban constitution in 2004 gave women all kind of rights, even Article 22, which gives equality in both genders. With no medical services available to women in Taliban during Taliban years, the post-Taliban regime constructed 3,135 functional health facilities in 2008 by 2018, giving 87% of Afghan women access to the medical facility within 2-hour distance. During the Taliban, there were 1 million kids in school, with almost none of them were girls, while in 2020, there are 7 million kids in schools and 37% were females. Even in 2019, if you see the data, 3.5 million Afghan girls were in schools with approximately 1 lakh studying in the universities. Women life expectancy was never low, with 66 in 2017 compared to 56 in 2001. In 2019,
You have another 5
27% of
minutes,
Afghans.
Azhar.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Afghan women, 21% of Afghan civil servants were Afghan women, compared to what presently there are none, or they are forced to resign now. Yet these gains are not distributed equally, as 76% of women lives in rural areas. They mostly witness bloodshed with their military and Taliban fighting causing collateral damage, with their male head passing away mostly. Mostly elite urban women and embodied middle class have witnessed much progress in education, social and economic class rather than rural women. The rural Afghanistan conservative mindset hasn't changed till now, and causing women and children facing issues of school dropout and after puberty. A study by the UN shows that only 15% of Afghan men think that women should be allowed to work outside their homes after marriage, and 2/3 of the men complain that women have got more rights than them. Even 20%, 27% of the seats which were reserved for women in parliament, they are systematically ignored, and the slogans such as "back to kitchen" were hit in the parliament. The UN study also revealed that 80% of Afghan women experience domestic violence. Possibly, these issues came out in the in the post-Taliban era. When we see the women and politics, so far women are not only ignored but recognized by the male Afghan establishment as a valid political consistency during elections. And women largely restricted exercising their political rights to their election period. Women have struggled to make inroads into the discourse where they were constantly disempowered. Their rights are being bargaining chips for leading political figures. Even 90% of the women who enter politics are being targeted and killed. Yet women empowerment could also gain strength through the strategic appropriation and the development of empowerment, liberating and peace developing version of Islam. Violent forms of political Islam has been appropriated by the groups such as Taliban to control women, seen as a political integrity and a health of Islamic polity. Even though the literacy rate is in positive in Afghanistan, but it has failed to provide in the equal terms for the both gender. The condition of the woman was seen as a pendulum swing, like controlling the suffering and exclusion of women has endured under the Taliban. The present situation, which was seen after the Taliban, which took over Kabul on 15th August 2021, it started with the implementation of its previous laws very strictly. On May 7,
you have 2 more
2022,
minutes.
the authorities issued.
The
decree of the authorities issued the decree known as Decree of Women, where required all women to wear Islamic hijab and fully cover their faces, except their eyes when outside the house. The reactive forces controlled women's life, deepen prevailing discriminatory narratives that women are inherently vulnerable, required protection, and provoking sinful behavior. Thus, it started to legitimize pre-existing norms and male dominance through the 3-day gathering on June 30, 2022 of 4,500 clerks and leaders chosen by Taliban fully excluded women by giving an argument that their sons and husbands and fathers were present, which means the women are all equally represented. The Ministry of Women Health, which was abolished, Human Rights Commission, which was abolished in 2021, making the machinery of rights of women totally fade away. Women's civil society has been taken over on September 8, 2022. Interior Minister Sirajuddin Haqqani banned demonstration that did not have permissions also. And as the UN Women Executive Director Seema Bhau points out, decades of progress on gender equality and women's rights have been wiped out in a mere months. We must continue to act together, united in our insistence and guard respect for the full spectrum of women's rights. Even the UNICEF, which says 3.7 million children are out of schools and 60% of them are girls. Even the segregation of dress code was seen in the Afghan universities, where women were ordered not to sit differently. The Taliban in Afghanistan tightened the restrictions of women sending army into the schools, ordering teachers to check the bodies of puberty for their continuation of education. The Taliban has issued various rules aimed at removing media from excluding women, public broadcasting comprehensively, including the faces on May 2022. A national-wide order targeting women journalists were also given to cover their faces. Over 43% of media outlets and 84% of women journalists and media workers have stopped working in Afghanistan. While concluding, Islam has a tradition of protecting the rights of women and children. Islam has specific provisions which define the rights of women in areas such as marriage, divorce, and property rights. The Taliban version of Islam is not supported by the world Muslims. Although Taliban claimed that it was acting in the behest interest of women, the truth is that Taliban regime purely reduced women's rights and girls and property and worsened health. As far as the treatment of women is concerned, Taliban not only insisted on the rules of behavior and it aimed to seclusion of women from society, but it went much further by education and employment. Women in Afghanistan are deprived of civil rights and no movement, no jobs were saw. And the legitimacy for their rule of law is supplied by the religion. The Taliban stressed the dual nature of Islam. Mullah Abdullah is quoted stated that religion and politics are for the same. The Taliban uses violence to gain power and remain in the power. The movement is military type. All this done with the difference of Sharia. When the Taliban put into effect of Sharia law, they claim it to the administrative heavenly order. This means they believed themselves to be applying divine induction directly. However, regards the Taliban movement as fundamentalist, and Islamic fundamentalism means a return of fundamentals of Islam. This is exactly what the Taliban doing. They are focusing on establishing God rules by giving effect to Sharia, God's laws, as sovereignty is with God alone and not with the people. Fundamentalist in Islam is not democratic at all. Thank you, and my presentation.
Thank you so much, Azhar, for your presentations. Very informative, and also, it's depressing to hear what has been happening in Afghanistan. So we have come to our last speaker for this Women and Islam panel. I would like to invite Murtaza Mohiki, who is a PhD student at the Ferdowsi University in Mashhad, Iran.
My presentation is about banning girls' education by the Taliban's religious justification or tribal culture. It's a very important question for us. As you know, Afghanistan is the only country in the world that forbids girls to go to school. No, actually, no clear reasons or justification are given by the Taliban's authorities for denying the women and girls their very basic human rights to education. Prominent individual scholar mentioned that there is no mention in the Quran or prophetic saying that justifies such action by the Taliban. Some religious researchers believes that the Taliban utilize girls' education as a leverage to gain recognition and legitimations Also, there is the idea that the Taliban's leaders' oppositions to girls' education might be shaped by Afghanistan particular tribal traditions. Yet Afghanistan remains largely rural and conservative society in which new generation, particularly girls, are expected to remain secluded. Yes, as you can see, it's very important question for us. Banning girls' education, is it a tribal culture? I want to ask to this question in this episode. At its core, Afghanistan is a conservative country where traditional ways of life are still valued and practiced, while many Afghans have moved to the urban centers. Over maybe 70% of Afghans still live in rural areas where traditional and conservative ways of life remains. I think the Taliban represent these values. In traditional Afghan society, girls are allowed to be seen in public and therefore to attend schools until they enter poverty. That is about the age of 12 or 6th grades. Behind that age, girls are considered nubile, that is sexually mature and able to bear children, and therefore should not be seen in public, lest they attract men. The appearance of chastity or purity is important in traditional Afghan culture, and a woman's value in marriage depends in large part on the degree to which she is seen as pure, that is untouched and unseen in public. In this conservative tradition referred to as parda, which directly translate as a screen or veil, involved the circulation of women from public observation by means of concealing clothing, including the veil and high wallet family compounds. Also, parda is thought to be an Islamic practice. It's found in many traditional tribal society as well. Yes. In addition, if women in this traditional custom, do go out in public, they must be accompanied by a mahram, a member of a women's family, with whom marriage would be considered haram, that is illegal in Islamic culture. These traditional beliefs regarding the restrictive roles of women is still followed by many traditional Afghans, including the religious conservative. It's also found among Afghans who live in tribal societies, particularly, I think, the Pashtun in southern Afghanistan, and less among other ethnic Afghans. Actually, I think in Afghanistan, insecurity, poverty, and the lack of girls' schools and declining international aids for girls' education are only one side of the challenges coins. The next side of the challenges coins are the predominant rigid cultural norms that ban girls from going to school. As you can see in this slide, the situation of women in Afghanistan and girls also. For example, child marriage, 28.3% is a huge number. Also, lifetime physical or sexual limited partner violence also about 40%. And the next question is, have the Taliban really changed? Repeated answer by some in the international community was yes, resounding yes. Certainly, the Taliban said so, as did international apologists after meeting with the former insurgents behind closed doors. Skeptics of the lines have been criticized for failing to accept the group's promise about human rights. Now we have some proof, I can, in the next slide, I can show you. We have some proof from the Taliban themselves that their pledge to follow Islamic law and Afghan traditions are hollow. The Taliban messaging around girl education has lacked cohesion from the moment the group took power. Many of their declarations have been simply contradictory, including division with the Taliban's leadership and a lack of consensus as national policies. As you can see, for example, it is the only country in the world where girls are banned from going to high school. There are no women in the Taliban's cabinet, no Ministry of Women Affairs, thereby effectively removing women's rights in political. You can see in this picture also, the Taliban dissolved Afghan Human Rights Commission, and a cabinet full of men, also mullahs, no minorities, no women. Women's political participation stands at zero. The current Taliban structure excludes the male. Also, no plan for women political participation, also for education. Yes, and another question is it inspire, I think, Sharia or not?
Just want to remind you, Murtaza, you have another 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. This inconsistent message underscore the Taliban's regime's lack of governance and transparency. Is also allow Taliban elements and certain governments entities around Afghanistan to make their own local policies based on their personal interpretation of Sharia. In most cases, allowing local mullahs to apply their definition of Islam undermines women's rights. In the case of the most recent education decision, however, it appears that the Taliban's highest religious leader, Akhundzadeh, imposed high conservative interpretation of Islam on the entire country. The Taliban's interpretation was distinct in Islam. Women, like men, are obligated to pursue knowledge. In the Quran also, Allah ordered both sexes to increase their knowledge and condemns those who are not learned. And global calls from this subject, from the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to Council of Religious Scholars in several Muslim countries, as Church of Muslim Voices has opposed the ban of girls' education following the decision by the de facto government of Afghanistan to remain an earlier ban on girls' schools. The General Secretaries of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation expresses its deep disappointment over the unexpected decision. And about the girls in Afghanistan future, restricting girls' access to school already causing harm, with young girls blocked from continuing their education. Many families are already marrying off teenagers to shift their support to husbands, not to families. Women's roles have been undermined, and women are being deprived of their dignity, rights, and stature at home and in the society. If the ban of girls' high school education becomes permanent, it would eventually exclude women from all sectors of the society under the cover of religions, bad interpretation of religion. So the Taliban have allowed the female teachers, nurses, doctors, and some civilians servants to continue working, but without receiving higher education. The pipeline of educated women to fill these jobs will run dry.
Two more minutes. Okay, cool.
Yes, my conclusion. In the year that has passed since the Taliban's takeover in Afghanistan, we have seen daily and continuous deterioration in the situation of Afghan women and girls. This has spanned every aspect of their human rights, from living standards to social and political status. It has been a year of increasing disrespected of for their rights to live free and equal lives, denying them opportunity to livelihoods, access to healthcare and education, and escape from situation of violence. The education, exclusion of women, I think, from all aspects of life robs the people of Afghanistan of half their talent and energies. It prevents women from leading, affording to build resilience communities, and shrink Afghanistan ability to cover from crisis. That's why we urge the de facto authorities to open schools for all girls, to remove constraints on women employment and their participation in the political for their nations. We call for ending all form of violence against women and girls. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Murtaza. It's very clear your presentations, and also I'm happy that you don't have any internet glitches from where you are connecting. So thank you so much for the 4 speakers who have shared their research with us. I would like now to invite participants who are still here. If you have any questions to any of the speaker, and also for the mentors as well, you are also allowed to ask questions. Okay, we have Jeremy.
Okay, it was quicker than I had thought. Hi, my one question is a methodology question for Pavitra. And it's about this idea of ethnographic interviews.
Yes.
Because usually when we talk ethnography, we talk about living and engaging over time, getting the thick description that, Gertz would obviously have mentioned. Now, obviously, we've had 2 years of challenges, so we've had to be ingenious. But can you tell us more about how you did ethnographic interviews? What does that actually look like to you?
So, because I have been living in Singapore for the past 5 years now. And so before COVID, luckily, I got some time to spend in Malaysia with a couple of friends. And so I had access to living in their house and visiting them and then talking to them in person. But after COVID, for the most part, I had to do everything online. But I also felt that was also very useful in the sense that there was more they could easily like give me information. Like when I was with them, there was a lot of restriction in terms of what they can speak and how much they can speak and everything. And I found that the same question that I asked, the responses varied depending upon where they were, and you know, the intensity of the responses were more when I was doing it over Zoom over days. And yeah, so I think that collecting information itself took me like 2 years, like slowly. Even with the same person, I had to talk to them for 4 or 5 times with many hours of conversation to actually like get to some information that could be used for the research. Yeah, but it has been challenging for the most part of it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy, and thanks, Pavitra. Any other questions from everyone?
Yeah, Dina, I've got a question.
Okay, Pak Tim.
If I could, for Pavitra.
Yeah.
This the adoption by Tamil women in Malaysia of sunat, of female circumcision. Do you think it's principally about asserting a Muslim identity or about trying to assert a Malay identity? Or do you think the two are indistinguishable? In other words, what's the principal thing driving this? Religiosity or a wish to be absorbed into another culture?
Primarily, when I had the same question for one of my question was, what is the identity that you would like to stress on? Is it religion or race? What they said is that being a Tamil Muslim, most of the time they are often criticized for having certain customs that are very Tamil. So being Tamil is often associated with being Hindu. Like for example, the married women, Tamil Muslim women still wear the tali, or what we call a sacred thread or a necklace, which is usually worn by married women, Tamil Hindu women as well. So slowly they're trying to drop it because it's not exactly Islamic as such. So they said that they need to compensate for having the cultural elements which are more towards the Hindu, like similar to Hinduism. So for some of them, adoption of this procedure becomes more of becoming a good Muslim. But at the same time, there was one girl who said that in her family or in her group of in the village she's from, in Malaysia, they have developed a custom where once a baby is born, she's placed on a betel leaf and the betel leaf is torn from the center. It's sort of representative of the sunnat, and this is announcing that it's a girl. And she is like, this is also a sort of custom which is not followed in India, but it's followed in Malaysia as a part of the sunnat ceremony. So I feel like they're trying their best to like find a balance between both, but also being Malay for most of them means being Muslim. So yeah, I think it's very interrelated. And also the village they come from. For example, the newer migrants, the migrants who moved to Malaysia from the 1990s have more a sort of an Arabic influence to the Islam they practice because of the time that they have migrated. The others who migrated earlier on have learned Islam mainly from Malays. So they are more Malayized in most of the aspects of their life. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Dina, I have also got questions for Azhar and Murtaza, but they can wait.
That's okay. Pak Tim, I think you can.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. It's a pretty simple question for both Azhar Sheikh and Murtaza Mohiki. Thank you for your presentations, which are on similar topics, although from slightly different perspectives. And I thought they actually went together very well, each complementing the other.
Yeah.
We didn't plan that, but it worked really well. A question for you both, which is a pretty simple question, is both of you painted a very depressing and sad picture of the position of women in Taliban Afghanistan. And my question is a very simple one. Do you see any real prospect of that changing for the better in the near future? It would seem that the answer is probably no.
I would say the answer will be no. Like the society itself is a conservative, and they are not moving ahead with those liberal or institutional mechanism which US planted since 2 decades. It wasn't successful. Even the rural areas, it hasn't been able to got any seats. So we cannot expect the fate of women in Afghanistan to be changed unless there is a change in Taliban itself and the pressure from other international societies, other international countries. Yeah, I would say that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. As her said, also, unfortunately, I do not see a bright future. I think, in my opinion, I think because we face an extremist armed group, not a politician. Also, I don't think so. Yes, I have no.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think. Simply.
Okay, can I continue and follow up on that question for Azhar and also Murtaza? Especially Murtaza, you mentioned about the role, I guess that's your expectations that the global Ummah or the global Islamic world could put some pressure to the Taliban government to allow girls and women to go to school and also to get educations. To what extent do you think that this sort of like pressure from or advocacy from the global Ummah or the Islamic community can be effective in changing the minds and hearts of the Taliban? So probably both of you can also discuss that.
Yes, thank you so much. It's a good, I think, good statement from all Muslim community to pressure Taliban's to, yes, but actually we faced, as I said before, we faced a bad interpretation of Islam in Afghanistan. It's very important. I talk with some of my students in Afghanistan, also with teachers in Afghanistan. They believed actually maybe Taliban is not, is not Muslim. They represented their value of their culture, Pashtun cultures, not Islamic culture also. As you know, in Islam, there is no restriction for girls to continue their education or for women's. But it's, I believe it's not Islamic order. It's referred to their culture, tribal culture. We call the Pashtun Bali in Afghanistan. I hope, but I'm not sure about this pressure. I hope it's works. Yeah.
I would go on the similar lines of that. Like even there are students from Afghanistan in India that are still here in Hyderabad or in some sort of Pondicherry region. There are 1-2 women who are from Afghanistan. But when I see them, they are almost fully covered. I have been seeing them since 3 or 4 years, totally veiled and so much restricted to themselves. Even they don't speak with anyone. These clearly shows that this was inside them. They don't want it to get out of themselves. How can we liberate them? Even there are no restrictions in India to wear this or to do this or to do that, but still they are following the practices as they want it to be.
Okay, good to hear that insights. Anyone else have questions to our speakers? Okay, that means we can conclude this panel on women and Islam. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying and listening to the very interesting and important research that 4 of the speakers have done on their PhDs. And yeah, thank you so much for the presentations as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dina, for chairing that session. And I'm sure you will have lots of insights for the members of the panel during the breakout session. That brings us a little earlier to our final session, which is the session on Islam and theology. And I'll just quickly introduce the chair, who is the mentor for this session, Dr. Nadir Shah Hossain. He's perfectly suited to mentoring this session for two reasons. First of all, he has 2 PhDs, which means of all the people here today, he's the most qualified to give anybody advice on a PhD. So, and secondly, because he is well known in Indonesia as a source of authoritative opinions on questions of Islam. Dr. Nadir Shah Hossain has been working as a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Law at Monash University since 2015. Prior to that, he worked at the University of Wollongong, and he obtained his first PhD in law at the University of Wollongong, the second PhD in Islamic law at the National University of Singapore. He is a prolific publisher, published in many leading journals, and he is also a prolific tweeter with a very large social media following of hundreds of thousands. So Nadia, we greatly appreciate your coming to join us today, because I know you've just returned from a flight from Indonesia and you must be feeling very fatigued. So thank you so much for your commitment, and we'll hand over to you for our final session. I just want to ask everybody please to stay on after that for our brief closing session at the end of this panel. Thank you, Dr. Nadir Shah Hossain.
Thank you, Tim. Assalamualaikum, everyone. And thank you, Pak Tim and Bu Helen for having me as a chair and as a mentor. Like Pak Tim said that a few hours ago, I just arrived back in Melbourne after attending the R20 in Bali and Yogyakarta. But I managed to take a nap and have a small lunch. So the first speaker is Pak Lutfi. I don't think he has a family name, that's why we call it Lutfi here.
Yeah, I got to know.
Yeah, that reminds me of the late UN Secretary General Boutros Ghali. So. Yes, and Pak Lutfi is a PhD candidate in humanities at the University of Canberra, Australia. And he's going to deliver his presentations, Tafsir and Sociopolitical Context in Indonesia, a case study of Ahmad Sanusi's Quranic exegesis as a medium of struggle in the colonial era. Yesterday, President Jokowi, I think, make a decisions to give Kiai Ahmad Sanusi a national hero title.
Yes, that's right.
And then, I have a personal attachment with this topic, since that Kiai Ahmad Sanusi is one of my father's teacher. So, Pak Lutfi, you have 15 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. All right, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity this afternoon. This time I would like to share with you about my research topic on Tafsir and Sociopolitical Context in Indonesia, a case study on Ahmad Sanusi's Quranic interpretation as a medium of struggle in colonial era. All right. So the history of Indonesian national liberation cannot be separated from the role and the contribution of the ulama in resisting colonial power. And during the 1920s and 1930s, Indonesian ulama began to articulate a raising anti-colonialism and national consciousness, national awareness as Indonesian. And this Indonesian political activism increased through these years and culminating in the Declaration of Indonesian Independence on 17 August 1945. So the anti-colonialism movement actually was a striking phenomenon that emerged during that colonial period in Indonesia, where the ulama struggled through many forms of activism. They tried to mobilize people through organization, for example, Syarikat Islam, Muhammadiyah, Nahdlatul Ulama, and so on and so forth. And also they try to spread their ideas through building religious educational institution or pesantren, Islamic boarding school. And they also struggle with their ideas, expressing their ideas through newspapers, magazine, books, and so on and so forth. So now I would like to introduce you to one of the Indonesian ulama who has a big contribution for Indonesian independence. So he is Ahmad Sanusi. So Sanusi is Kiai or Ajengan. Ajengan is maybe the other word for Kiai or ulama. He was very well known as Ajengan Gunung Puyuh because he came from Gunung Puyuh, a location in Sukabumi City. So he was intellectual, he was a politician, he also a fighter as he was a trainer of the martial arts. And because of his contribution, actually, government rewarded him with several rewards. So for example, in 1992, he got like Mahaputra Utama, Bintang Mahaputra Utama from Suharto. And also in 2004, in SBY regime, he also rewarded by Mahaputra Adi Pradana. And as Professor Nadir Shah Hussain also told us that he get reward also yesterday, right? Yesterday on 7 November 2022 with a national hero, as national hero. So I would say that he deserved to receive such a reward as his struggle is not only limited at the local level among Sundanese people. You know that Sundanese people or Sundanese tribe is the second largest tribe in Indonesia after Javanese, but also his struggle at national level. So he was one of the member of his last political career is as a member of the Committee of Preparation for Indonesian Independence. He sit together with Sukarno, Hatta, Agus Salim, and other members. He also contributed with his ideas of the form of Indonesian state after Indonesian independence. Before discussing Sanusi's ideas in his tafsir books, so actually I'm here focusing on Ahmad Sanusi's ideas of anti-colonialism in his tafsir book. So let me explain a little bit about his intellectual background. So Sanusi was a prolific writer, and he wrote extensively about theology, about Sufism, about Islamic jurisprudence and tafsir, and so on. So according to Puslitbang Lektur, or Development and Research Center of the Department of National Religious Affairs in Jakarta, Sanusi left behind around 480 pieces of his works. However, many of these are out of circulation and it's very difficult to locate. So for example, I asked one of Indonesian scholar, Abdul Matin, he stated that only 122 pieces of Sanusi's writing that can be found today. So mainly because the publication of the work was prohibited by the Dutch, and who considered his writing who considered that his writing as a threat to the colonial authority. So, and also those who own Sanusi's work, they try to hide it in the bamboo or in the ground, so for fear of persecution by the Dutch administrators. And in 2018, I met with Munandi Saleh. He was an important collector of Sanusi's works in Sukabumi, who said that Sanusi's work were very hard to find. And he revealed that he has only 220 somethings out of 480 pieces in his possession, as many of them were taken to the Netherlands. All right, this is Ahmad Sanusi's tafsir. So today I would like to share with you one aspect of Ahmad Sanusi's struggle. It is the messages of anti-colonialism in his tafsir book called Al-Majaut Talibin fi Tafsiri Kalami Rabbil Alamin, and the second tafsir is Tamsiyatul Muslimin fi Tafsiri Kalami Rabbil Alamin. So one of this tafsir was the most important work of Ahmad Sanusi actually, which contains his anti-colonial messages that reflect his response to the socio-political conditions. So Sanusi's anti-colonial ideas actually written in these two tafsir books tell us about the role of Islam in shaping Indonesian anti-colonialism for Indonesian nationalism. So this is Tafsir Al-Majaut Talibin. This tafsir contained the anti-colonial activism written in Sundanese script, which circulated during 1931 to 1933. And through these tafsirs, actually Sanusi expresses criticism and anger towards other traditional Islamic scholars who supported the colonial government for expelling him from his homeland. And the importance of this tafsir lies not only in his strong criticism against colonialism, but also his interpretation of the Quranic verses in his mother tongue Sundanese, which facilitated the understanding of readers in regions such as Bandung, Tasikmalaya, Garut, Sukabumi, Purwakarta, and so on at the part of Sundanese West Java province. And the second one is Tafsir Tamshiatul Muslimin. So this tafsir was completed in October 1934. So this tafsir contains messages about the importance of justice, about self-esteem, freedom, brotherhood, equality among the ummah or the community. So according to Abdul Matin, so this tafsir was very famous in Indonesia, especially in Java, in Madura, Sumatra, even to Johor, Malaysia, and Singapore. So this anti-colonial theme of this tafsir contained the messages of anti-colonialism that demonstrated Sanusi's deep understanding of the social and political issues of his time. So therefore, it can be said that what he did was attempt to link the teachings of the Holy Quran with the political events and situations occurring during the colonial era. So these two books of tafsir actually demonstrate also the major thoughts of Sanusi in reflecting his life experiences, so particularly in his struggle against colonialism. So in exile, during his in jail, he attempted to find the root cause of the problems faced by the nation, Indonesian nation, so including the backwardness of society, social inequality, foreign controlled natural wealth of Indonesia, as well as oppression and injustice of the Dutch colonial, done by the Dutch colonial government and indigenous bureaucrats. So this kind of operation actually experienced by the nation, for instance, he was illustrated this kind of operation in a sentence on the cover of his tafsir, Tamshiatul Muslimin. He stating that we are not independent people at this time. So of all Sanusi's work, these two books of tafsir were more popular in community and also caused controversy, as they were viewed by the Dutch government as propaganda to embed an anti-colonial feeling or anti-colonial sentiment among community, and also a threat due to there being many embedded messages calling for unity and confidence to become an independent nation. All right. So now we turn to the anti-colonial ideas. So Ahmad Sanusi's ideas on anti-colonialism actually lead to anti-zolim. So anti-zolim including anti-kafir or anti-infidel, which referred to the Dutch colonial government, and anti-munafik or hypocrites. So these hypocrites or munafik refer to indigenous elites or religious bureaucrats who supported the colonial government. So in his tafsir, sorry?
5 minutes more. You have 5 minutes more.
Oh, 5 minutes, okay. All right, I think we turn to Sanusi's interpretation here. So this is, I would like to give you an example of Ahmad Sanusi's criticism in his tafsir. So this Surah Al-An'am, chapter 6, verses 52. So, وَلَا تَطْرُدِ الَّذِينَ يَدْعُونَ رَبَّهُمْ. And okay, I just want to directly to the background of the revelation. So to have the better understanding, I provide you the historical background of this verse, as mentioned in Tafsir Ibn Kathir. So he says that it is narrated from Ibn Mas'ud, saying that a group of Quraysh leaders passed in front of the Prophet, who at the time was accompanied by weak Muslims. Then the Quraysh leaders stated to Muhammad, they say, "Oh Muhammad, are you willing to have these people as your people? Are they the people bestowed by Allah as among us? Is it appropriate for us to follow these people? Just get rid of them. Perhaps if you drive them away, we will follow you." Then the word of Allah were revealed. So this is Ahmad Sanusi's interpretation, translation actually of the verse. And in the bracket with underline is the first, then followed by Sanusi's explanations of the word or phrase of the first. Sometimes Sanusi add the name of the character. For example, here the name of Muhammad. Actually, it doesn't mention in the first, but Ahmad Sanusi tried to edit the name of Muhammad here, refer to the context of the revelation itself. And what interesting is that by the end of the interpretation, I highlight here with the green square, Sanusi tried to contextualize this first to his life experience of his expulsion done by the colonial government. So he put his rational and emotion to his interpretation. So, and this is the interpretation. I mean the translation of this interpretation to English. And he said that if they are Muslim who like to drive away another Muslim brother, they are devil. Moreover, they claim to be an Islamic teachers. They are not an Islamic teachers, but a devilish teacher. They are Dajjal or deceitful Messiah. So from his interpretation, he tried to criticize, and this is kind of the resistance against the religious bureaucrats who supported the colonial government's policy of his isolation. So in this context is Pakauman Ulama. Pakauman Ulama is the ulama institution that's appointed by the government, the Dutch colonial government, to support their policy. And also this interpretation demonstrates the usage of the harsh word. So there's the word setan here. So in the Sundanese tradition, this word is so very, harsh word and rude word, as Sukabumi people very well known by their polite language and polite behavior. So the word setan also is a metaphor of arrogant behavior. So what interesting here is that Sanusi equalized this ulama with devil. So as the ulama in original meaning was the people who has deep knowledge of Islam, and in the prophetic tradition saying that ulama was the heirs of the prophet, so they have like a significant position in Islamic community. However, in this context, ulama defined as evil. So in order to understand the social and political context of the production of this text, it is necessary to look back to the historical context of Sanusi's life. So hermeneutically, I found that the expulsion was caused by the conflict between Sanusi with Pakauman ulama and bureaucrat elites related to several religious problems. For example, in zakah is alms. Sanusi criticized the procedures for...
Sorry to interrupt, Lofi. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, this is the last. Okay. So Ahmad Sanusi tried to criticize the procedure and withdrawing collecting zakah by the government. So he said that the procedures that conducting by the government was against the Quran and Sunnah, because Pakauman ulama withdraw the zakah from Muslim, 70% of zakah were forwarded to the region, and the remaining 30% belongs to Amil. Amil is zakat administrators as their salary. So that zakah collected did not reach the mustahik, or the people who deserve to receive zakah. And this Sanusi's opinion turned out to be very influential among the people of Sukabumi. So because they realized that the government abused the distribution of zakah, and the people of Sukabumi accepted the fatwa issued by the Sanusi rather than the Pakauman ulama. And because of Sanusi's criticism toward the colonial government in many issues, Sanusi was regarded as a threat to the authority. And because of this, Ahmad Sanusi was then, the bureaucrat ulama tried to find the opportunity to arrest Ahmad Sanusi, and then Ahmad Sanusi was accused with many accusations. And then, for example, like his resistance in, he was accused of destruction of telephone network, because the telephone network is near or close to his pesantren, and other cases. So I think this is why that Ahmad Sanusi was being jailed by the Dutch colonial governments. I think that's all from me, because the time is not enough. And then, right, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Lutfi.
No worries, thank you.
Okay, now the second speaker is Julio Cesar Cardenas Arenas. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. Julio is a PhD candidate in religious sciences, at the Complutense University of Madrid in Spain. He's also an MA candidate at the Islamic University of Madinah. And then he's going to deliver his presentations. Hunayn bin Ishaq, Aristotle and Plato figures according to medieval Arabic sources. So Julio, you also have 15 minutes.
Thanks a lot for this opportunity. Good morning for everyone. Let's begin. You can see the presentation very good, yeah?
Yes, we can see it.
Greek philosophy among Arabs and Syriacs. The paper presents an introduction to the figures of the Syrian Nestorian translator Hunayn bin Ishaq, together with Plato and Aristotle from the translation of medieval sources in Arabic language, to know from them the transmission of Greek philosophy to the medieval Islamic culture. Also, it presents the list of the Platonic and Aristotelian works translated into Arabic and Syriac from these three central works: the bibliography of Al-Fihres في أخبار العلماء المصنفين من القدماء والمحدثين وأسماء ما صنفوا من الكتب by the Arabic Ibn al-Nadim. Everything I say in Arabic, you will find it in English. Second, the biographical of Uyun al-Lamba في طبقات الأطباء of Ibn Abi Usayba. And third one, the historical Al-Milal wal-Nihal of the Persian Ash-Shahrastani. So the paper seeks to initiate a line of research in medieval Arabic and Syriac studies from non-Latin sources. Hunayn bin Ishaq, he was a 9th century physician and translator. Hunayn grew up bilingual in Arabic and Syriac, then acquired an exceptional knowledge of Greek and Persian and studied medicine in Baghdad. Then, this Syriac Nestorian Christian traveled to obtain and publish his books and texts in philosophy, engineering, music, arithmetic, and medicine, to translate them from Greek into Syriac and Arabic. He also brought medical, grammatical, theological, and philosophical works, and was the personal physician of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil. In the book of the bibliographer Ibn al-Nadim, it is narrated that Hunayn bin Ishaq al-Abadi was virtuous in the medical industry, mastered the Greek, Syriac, and Arabic languages, wandered through territories for the collection of ancient books, and entered the territory of the Romans and more. He brought books, but he also transmitted the books of the ancients. It means of the Greeks. In Ibn Abi Usayba Encyclopedia of Notable Physicians, Uyun al-Lamba, he is mentioned as a physician and translator. Hunayn followed the Syriac physician Yohanna ben Wasawiya, who was also a Christian, and became his student and collaborated with him in the industry of medicine. He translated Naqala, many books of his teacher Ibn Masawiya, books of Galen, Jalinus in Arabic, some into Syriac and some into Arabic. Hunayn was the most knowledgeable of his time in the Greek, Syriac, and Persian languages, and was familiar with them more than any of the contemporary translators. In addition to mastering the Arabic language and using it to the point of a distinction of it in it. Thus, the Muslim Arabs presented him as the Arab translator par excellence, being an Nestorian Christian by birth, with a Christian education and a traveler through Byzantine Christian territories. Medieval history, is also told from legends, dreams, or fables. Thus, the Arab physician Ibn Abi Usayba relates the dream that the Caliph al-Ma'mun had with an Arabized and Islamized Aristotle, which led him to translate the works of the Greeks. And when Caliph al-Ma'mun saw the dream, he related. He saw as if a fine-looking old man was sitting on a pulpit, mimbar, while giving a religious sermon, and said, "I am Aristotle, Aristotelis. When he awoke from his sleep, he asked about Aristotle and was told that he was a scholar, Hakim, of the Greeks, al-Yunaniyin. So he brought Hunayn ben Ishaq. Since he could not find the Caliph, anyone who could match him in translation, and asked him to translate the books of the Greek scholars into the Arabic languages, and gave him a large amount of money and gifts. This is a partial translation. All of them are partial translation, in fact, because none of these has been translated in any language until now. In this narrative, the word scholar, Hakim, is used rather than philosopher, and Aristotle is depicted in a minbar giving a religious sermon. Plato. Plato is called in Arabic Flatun, Aflatun, Aflatun. Even Nadim calls him Plato, son of Ariston. As one of the most honorable Greeks, Ashraf al-Yunaniyin, following the Arab customs of mentioning the proper name of the scholar and the name of his father, and relating a person's honor to his lineage. Ibn Abi Usayba say that Plato's name in his language, Greek, means the broad, the extensive. Ibn Juljul, in his book Biographies of the Physician, Tabaqat al-Atibba, calls Plato the wise, al-Hakim, philosopher, Faylasuf, Tibbi, physician, wise in geometry, alim bil handasa, and in the nature of numbers, Tibai al-Aghadat. According to Ibn Abi Usayba, Plato is considered a man of good morals, Hasan al-Akhlaq, virtuous deeds, Karim al-Af'al, full of goodness, Kathir al-Ihsan, following the biographical formulas for medieval Muslim scholars. Are we all talking about Plato? Plato is the last of the early pioneers of philosophy, known for monotheism, at-tawhid, and wisdom, al-hikmah. So that's how Muslims show Plato. This one is Shahrastani, a Persian. Plato's work translated into Arabic are too many. Many of them we don't know in Greek. So I will read the Greek names. For example, you can see English, Greek, and Arabic. Politikos, Nomoi, Laches, Irsta, Parmenides, Alcibiades, Euthydemus, Gorgias, Anus. Some of them we know these books in Arabic, but we don't know in Greek. Criton, Phaedon, Theatites, Cleitophon, Cratylus, Sophistes, Timaios, Parmenides, Phaedros, Menon. Many of them are very known in any philosopher, but some of them, as I told, they are not known until now. Aristotle is known in Arabic as Aristotelis, or simply Aristo, or Aristo, son of Nicomachus, son of Mahasan, one of the descendants, Walad of Asclepius in Arabic, who invented medicine among the Greek. Arabic historians and biographers mention that his name means lover of wisdom, Muhib al-Hikmah, and that he was being called the most complete virtuous. Also the famous presenter, the first teacher, Al-Mu'allim al-Awwal, and the absolute scholar, Al-Hakim al-Mutlaq among the Greeks. Aristotle learned from Plato for 20 years, and when Plato traveled to Sicilia, Aristotle refuted him, in the same place of teaching. It was also said that Aristotle was fixed in philosophy after the age of 30. The logical books, Mantiqiyat of Aristotle, translated into Arabic, include Rhetorics and Poetics. They are according to Ibn al-Nadim. I will read it in Greek. Categoriae, Perihermeneias, Analytica Protera, Analytica Xtera, Topica, Sophistikoi, Rhetoricae, Peripoietiques. All of them, you can see the translator into Arabic or into Syriac, Fry. Likewise, books on the natural sciences, at-tabiyat, divine affairs, al-ilahiyat, and ethics, al-khulukiyat, were translated. As you can see here, we have, for example, Physiques, Peri Urano, Peri Geneseus, Meteorologica, Peri Figes, Peri Tasoa, Ta Metaphysica, the last one of them, one of the most important, Metaphysica. Ta Metaphysica, Al-Huruf, Al-Ilahiyat in Arabic. Hunayn ibn Ishaq called Plato the wise teacher, Al-Mu'allim al-Hakim, stressing his pedagogical and sapential role, while Aristotle is shown as Islamicized by giving praise to the creator through his names and attributes, while Hellenicized by preferring reason to lineage. Because Hunayn ibn Ishaq in this book, it says that Aristotle said something like this: to our creator sanctifying, exalting, and honoring members of this assembly. Knowledge is a gift from the creator, and wisdom a gift from the one who bestows and revokes, the one who obeys and elevates. I am Aristotle, son of Philip, the orphan servant of Nitaphoras, the son of the noble king. I have learned Plato's teachings by heart, and I remember them. Praise be to the teacher of justice and the originator of all causes. All members of the assembly, people are distinguished by their intellect, not by their origin. Is something that Aristotle said in this kind of Islamic Arabic biographers, something that by no means Aristotle will say.
Julio, I'm sorry.
Let's see some
you have 5 minutes more, Julio.
Yeah, 3 minutes I need. Thanks a lot. Let's see here some conclusions. They are very simple. 3 fundamental processes of translation, commentary, and reformulation in Islamic culture brought diverse reaction into to Greek culture. As we can see, these are positive reactions. But in another papers, I studied the negative reactions from other authors. In the process of translation and commentary, the Greek and Eastern Christian scholars were Islamicized in their biographies from Arabic sources. And while both processes are centered on the Abbasid era, much remains to be rediscovered from medieval history as told by Arabs and Eastern Christians and Jews. Thanks a lot for this opportunity and for hearing me.
Okay, thank you, Julio. So now we are going to listen to the last and the final speaker, Mr. Muhammad Hanif Khan. He's from University of Kiel in UK. Then the topic is danger perception in the political theology of Imam At-Turtusi. You also have 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, yes, I'll start. I'll start now. Bismillah wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahabihi wa barik wa sallam wa sallam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much for introducing me. And first of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank my colleague who went before me. I really enjoyed listening to that. Secondly, I would like to apologize. It's ridiculous o'clock here in the UK, so I will try my best. But if I do start snoring in the middle, I do apologize, but I will be as professional as possible. And thirdly, I would like to, before moving on to the actual discussion, thank you for the opportunity. Thank all of the organizers, everyone involved in this conference. In addition to that, I would like to show my appreciation for the indigenous people of your nation, in addition to all of those people that have been victimized, oppressed by colonialism, the Aborigines in Australia, in addition to the Palestinians, the Kashmiris in occupied Kashmir, India side. Okay, so my topic, it's going to be quite brief, but I am interested in a very particular aspect of my thesis. My thesis is actually looking at the Nasihat al-Muluk of Khwaja at-Tusi, Imam al-Ghazali, in addition to Imam al-Turatushi, and there's a specific debate, especially within the political theology of Imam al-Turatushi, which looks at the reconciliation of political legitimacy, obedience, and the extent to which the ruler should be obeyed. Okay, we're going to start with a very brief biographical information. So Imam al-Turatushi was born in 1059, which equates to 451 after Hijri, passed away in 520 after Hijri, equating to 1126. He was born in Tortosa, Al-Andalus, and he had a very prestigious education in Al-Andalus, being acquainted with the celebrated scholars of Al-Andalus. His early education obviously took place in the and took place in Tortosa. Then he went and studied in the Grand Masjid of Zaragoza. In addition to that, at the age of 25, he moved to the eastern parts of the Muslim world to continue his studies, and this is where he erupted completely. This is where he met the giants, the likes of Imam al-Ghazali. He met Imam al-Ghazali in Palestine, and there's scholarship which suggests that he wasn't very favorable of the Imam due to his style, shall we say. In addition to that, he praises Nizam al-Mulk at-Tusi, and he has a lot of admiration for him. And it should be argued that three of them contribute to the same milieu, that is to say, to challenge the religious political opposition to the Abbasid Caliphate, which had been posed by the Batini Shia dynasty. Okay, so I've already briefly touched on the context, but what needs to be addressed further with the context is this supposed enigma which has been highlighted within secondary literature, more specifically Walker in his paper of 2011, who points out that the work Kitab Siraj al-Muluk was actually composed for the Wazir of the Batini Shia ruler. The Wazir, let me just bring up the name, is al-Batihi, and the ruler, who has a very long name, is al-Amir al-Ahkam, al-Amir bi Ahkamillah. And so basically the point is, why would a Sunni, obviously of the Maliki tradition, alim write for a Shia ruler? Now the point here is that this clearly has been presented as an enigma, but it's not really an enigma, because the treatise Kitab Siraj al-Muluk should be read as this polemic, this work which is to constructively agitate the Batini Shia ruler, to say to him, look, you are not ruling in the most ideal sense. In fact, you've usurped territory. Okay, the Abbasid rulers, they were not ideal in all sense. Obviously, no one's claiming that there was a utopia, and this point is clear in the works of the ulama. But you have so certain rulers were not really great, but others were good, such as Caliph Harun Rashid. But the point is that look, you have usurped territory and you want to cause instability within the realm, and this is leading to issues, and it should be taken for granted that the objective of the ruler, and this links to his pastoralism, is that he must protect the flock, he must protect the subjects. So based on this analysis, the enigma, there's no enigma basically within the treatise being addressed to the to the wazir of the Batini Shia ruler. So this is the main objective of the treatise. With this in mind, we can move on to an elucidation of the reconciliation between political obligation, obedience, and the extent to which the ruler should be obeyed. And these themes, tropes are classified, especially within my thesis, under the heading of siyasa. So in order to understand this issue, it should be appreciated that Imam al-Ghazali, likewise to Imam al-Turutushi, likewise to Imam al-Ghazali, Nizam al-Mulk at-Tusi, are clearly against anarchism. For instance, Imam al-Turutushi says that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has done a favor to the people by ordaining authority. So how can we further understand this divine favor? This divine favor, according to Turutushi, should be understood in and this is what Hobbes had called the state of nature later on, but there's an epistemological difference. It's the idea that if we were left to our own accord, if there were anarchy, we would have literally obliterated each other. We would have the larger fish would have consumed the smaller fish. This is the terminology of Turutushi, and this is similar to the idea of life in the state of nature being solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short, which is presented within the Leviathan of Thomas Hobbes. But it's important to state that there is an epistemological difference. For instance, Hobbes, influenced by the idea of the original sin, which is the Christian doctrine that all are born in the state of sin, and this clearly doesn't correlate to the Islamic idea, which is that all are born free, all are born sinless, all are born innocent, and due to our nature, after we can become corrupt. Due to our nurture, we can become corrupted, and after we reach a set of conditions, which Imam Shatubi highlights, for instance, after reaching puberty, having sanity, if we choose to sin, then that is counted. But even the ulama say that you have 3 and some say 6 hours to repent, and that sin will be taken away. So this is the epistemological difference. But then the point is, fine, we have to obey the ruler because of the state of anarchy that needs to be avoided. In addition to that, we need to understand what is legitimacy? And legitimacy is presented in terms of a divine command, so to speak. That is to say, obedience to the ruler is an unavoidable obligation which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained. That is to say, obedience to the ruler is obedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if anyone opposes the ruler, they are opposing the divine command. This is the view that you could find in the work of Imam al-Mawardi as well. But the point is, that's all fine. So what does this discourse achieve? First, it achieves that, in particular, it further constructively agitates the de facto heretic claimant of power, because it's saying, look, you opposed who are deemed as being the legitimate rulers, therefore you are going against the divine command of Allah. That's the first point, and I'm wrapping up now. Actually, no, I've just realized I've still got a couple of more minutes. In addition, sorry. In addition to that, yes, sorry, what was I talking about? Yes, so that's the first point that needs to be considered. The second point is, okay, we have to obey the ruler, but is this unlimited power? And the ulama, and specifically, if you look at the works of the tafsir, Imam al-Qurtubi, and I've looked at a more recent tafsir, the work of Imam Naimi, and what you find is this idea that a political obedience obligation is limited. That is to say, even though we should obey the ruler, the yardstick to measure if the ruler must be obeyed is this idea of whether the ruler is obedient to Islam, obedient to the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the message of Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So these are the points that have to be considered to understand whether the ruler should be obeyed. That's all fine, but what's actually quite polemical, supposedly polemical, in the political theology of At-Turutushi is that he says that if we were to measure with a scale an hour's worth of revolution against the unjust sultan against the subject, and compare that to the prolonged duration of tyranny, we would find that that short duration of anarchism or revolution would be more detrimental. Now, this is some kind of some people have tried to in the secondary literature present this passage in terms of him advocating for political quietism and saying that this completely obliterates his concern for righteous governance. However, it has to be considered that that he is not necessarily saying that we must obey the tyrant. He is loyal to this discourse of the ulama that the ruler should only be obeyed if he is loyal to Islam, but he does it in a very unique way. It has to be considered that it was a very awkward, hostile context during which he was writing, and if the subjects were to have gone out and revolted, there would have been more issues. Consequently, he says that the subjects should be patient, they should repent, they should be patient, they should work on the piety, yet it is the obligation of the ulama, for instance, at Turutushi, to go out and revolt, so to speak. By revolt, I mean to go out and constructively agitate the ruler. Consequently, there is no blind obedience to the de facto to the tyrant. And this is the nuanced point that must be considered within his political theology. And I would like to thank you for listening to me. And I really enjoyed the opportunity. Thank you so much. And if anyone would like to discuss this further with me, I would really love to learn from you. You can contact me on my email. My email is m.h.khan, Khan, @kiel.ac.uk. It's all lowercase. Thanks so much for the opportunity. Thank you, organizers of the conference. Thank you, my fellow colleagues. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanif. You demonstrate your energy despite the fact that time difference. So it's good. So we already listened to 3 brilliant speakers, and then now open for discussion. So if you have any comment or questions, or you want to share your observations, please feel free. So who wants to start?
Yeah, a very simple question for the first paper about, do you think that there is in fact, I never read any tafsir that is not in Arabic, to be truthful. So I want to know if really there is a difference in the Indonesian tafsir, as you told us, and Arabic tafsirs, classic tafsirs, not only in the means of the actuality, no, you will take different topics, that's right, but in the methodology, in the way of explaining, something like that. There is a real difference between Indonesian tafsir and Arabic tafsir? That's all.
Yep, I think that's a good question, Leo. Pak Lutfi, you want to respond to that?
All right, thank you very much for the questions. So yeah, about the tafsir, actually, we have like a different kind of method, as you said, that approach and how to read. So because you know that the revelation itself had been revealed in the Mecca, right, in the Saudi Arabia. So then it will be different with Indonesian culture, language, and so on. So then the way how the people look to the Quran itself is all different. But as we know that the Indonesian exegetes, for example, Ahmad Sanusi and Hamka and other, even Quraish Shihab today, they were actually influenced by the exegete from the Arabs. So, but what makes them different is that the culture and the language, the situation, the political situation, economic culture, as I say, that I think that that's very different. So then in the development of tafsir itself, so we have like the contextual tafsir that they tend to have to address the specific issue in the culture, or specific issue in the local or in the geographical culture. And then, as we know, as Muslim, for example, that the Quran is salih li kulli zaman wa makan, meaning that in every age, so it will be relevant to the need of the Muslim community. So because every generation and generation, they always like try to deepen to read the Quran by the context. So yeah. So as we see from the development of tafsir itself, that we have like the tafsir bil ma'thur and tafsir bil dirayah or bil ra'i. Tafsir bil ma'thur is meaning that tafsir or interpretation Quran by Quran, Quran by the Sunnah, and Quran also by the companions and so on. And but in the modern era, so actually the exegete, they try to see the other parts of the science or knowledge. They try to collaborate with the sciences, the modern sciences, for example, in addressing the modern issues today. I think that's the difference between the Arab tafsir and Indonesian tafsir.
Thanks a lot.
So I think what Pak Lutfi is trying to say is that the Indonesian tafsir book will follow the mainstream of the manhaj of tafsir, but then the way that they respond to the local issues using the local language is different. But then since you mentioned about tafsir bil riwayah or tafsir bil ma'thur, so if I can continue that questions, do you think that Kiai Sanusi tafsir is part of tafsir bil riwayah or tafsir bil ra'i? Because he responded to the anti-colonial using his own interpretations. So how you categorize his tafsir into these two big groups?
So actually, when I see his tafsirs, maybe I can categorize him as a traditional progressive. So because he still like follow the NCS or the previous scholars, and he definitely followed the mazahib al-arba'ah, and but also he tried to to contextualize, as I mentioned in my presentation, that he tried to link between the teaching of Islam with the situations especially occurred in his experience of expulsion. For example, he tried to see the reality. He tried when the government put him behind the bar. So he tried to find the root cause of the problem of the nation, for example, backwardness, injustice, something like that. But even he encouraged the Muslim community to unite, because the unity, he said that this is the main factor of the Muslim community, especially, and Indonesian people in general, on how that we can to free Indonesia to be sovereign from other countries for colonization. So I think, if we see from the Ahmad Sanusi tafsir, that maybe I can categorize as the traditional, so bil ma'thur, and as well as bil dirayah. If we see from bil ma'thur, I mean with if we see from Rodatul Irfan, for example, or Tamsiat, other Sundanese tafsir, it's using like tahlili. There is also ijmali. Muqaran, and the classical actually that applied to their tafsir. So they also conducted by Sanusi. But the interesting thing that Ahmad Sanusi tried to I think use the modern approach before the modern approach itself have been discussed among scholars before. So because he used it in the beginning of 20th century, around 1920s, 1930s, I think there's a little exegete that used this kinds of approach, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Lutfi. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Pak Tim Lindsay.
Thank you very much. Really rich presentations. My question is for Julio Cesar. It's a very simple question, which was, it was very interesting to hear you explain the Islamization of Aristotle and Plato in medieval Arabic sources. But of course, both those figures, to a greater extent, perhaps Plato more than Aristotle, still have resonance in modern Western civilization in certain contexts. And I was just interested if you had any thoughts, and you might not, because this is not really what you're writing about, but I'm just interested if you had any thoughts about the extent to which Aristotle and Plato are significant in modern Muslim theology, if at all.
Yeah, I show the positive reactions to figures of Aristotle and Plato. In biographical and bibliographical books, but there are very negative reactions to Aristotle and his thinking. And I am in other papers, and my PhD in Spain is about Ibn Taymiyyah, so Ibn Taymiyyah, the Christians and the Jews. And in many books, I studied how Ibn Taymiyyah, especially in the medieval times, and today, many scholars in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, doesn't think like I said about Aristotle. I will not say they hate Aristotle, but they blame him and blame his thought about entering philosophy and logic into Muslim culture. And for them, that's the reason why many Muslims became atheists, lived religion. They are the causes of the sects. So there are many reactions to Greek culture in general, especially logic and metaphysics and philosophy. The thing is that today, I study philosophy in the university. We study Aristotle like something very old, but for Muslims, especially in theology, in theology college, we don't talk about Aristotle, but when we read the books about medieval theology, we are refuting Aristotle. So Aristotle is living between us, but if I say, for example, I study philosophy, they will say you are crazy. Until now, I study in the Islamic University of Medina. So many of my partners don't say that, don't say that. And I became famous just because I was a philosopher, just because of that. Why you are a philosopher and you became Muslim after that? Amazing for them, because they have a negative reaction on this kind of translation. So by one part, I study the Ibn Taymiyyah's reactions and actual reaction to Greek culture in theology, but also I want to see a new line of my research will be what happened really in the Baitul Hikmah, because many Muslims says, "Oh, mashallah, this is a good place. We have many good things, and that's all." Yeah, but Baitul Hikmah is more Christian than Muslims. The people who work there they were Christians, as I said. So I want to make bridges between the one who refutes Aristotle, the one who loves Aristotle until now, and of course they have many things to say to Muslims today. Thanks for your question.
And Hunain bin Ishaq is a Christian, right, Julio?
Yeah, he's a Nestorian Christian, and all translators of the Baitul Hikmah, they were Nestorian Christians, Oriental Christians, or some sects, some churches of the Christian churches. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, another question, one more question. Any specific question for Hanif?
Yeah, if I can also.
Yes, please.
A very short question to Hanif, but a sociological question. I can be in accordance to what you said about the following of the leader. For me, there's no problem about what you say, but I think that you live in UK. If I say, or you say something like you said in your paper, here in Saudi Arabia, it will not be the same. So the question is, do you think that there is a real difference being or making academic academic work in places like Saudi Arabia, Egypt, or in UK? There is more freedom there or here? What do you think about this kind of thing? This is a sociological thing outside what you said. Thanks a lot.
I think if I can push a little bit, saying that Hanif talked about the obligation to follow what the ruler said, and then maybe in the context of criticizing the government right now in Saudi Arabia, that could be a dangerous thing. Whereas if you criticize the rulers in UK or in Australia, that's a little less dangerous. So I think Hanif, if you can respond to that questions.
Thank you so much for the amazing questions. So can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for the amazing questions, this is my humble attempt at answering the question. So yes, what you're actually hinting at is this relativity that our challenge of the government is relative to our context, and this is, I think, the nuanced approach of Imam Doshi, and this is what I've tried to grapple within the thesis. It's this idea that it's actually, I very slightly alluded to this, but this is actually one of the points. It's this idea of al-maqasid al-shari'ah, the idea that look, if I'm going to challenge the ruler, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. Therefore, I need to be very strategic, very diplomatic, very strategic in how I challenge the ruler. But I need to, on the one hand, make sure that I do not get into trouble. But on the other hand, I need to make sure that the interests of Sunni orthodoxy are protected. And this is what Imam Doshi is trying to argue. By saying that it's the ulama who should go and constructively agitate the ruler. However, the awam, the common, the laity, the common people should repent to Allah, ask for help, and be patient and hope that this time goes. Because there's this dictum, general dictum within Islamic political theology that tyranny cannot last for a long time anyway. So there's that trope within the discourse of the ulama. And in terms of the contemporary, so that's the historic point. Now, in terms of the contemporary relevance, yes, you have to be careful because there's actually a gag law wherever you go. For instance, if you speak against the government, even I can't speak for Australia or the other countries that you mentioned, but obviously in Saudi Arabia, you have to be careful what you say. I obviously come from Sunni Sufi tradition, so I would have to be careful with what I say. In addition to that, it depends where you go. Even here in the West, if you go to America, you have to be very selective on what you say. Here in the UK, we claim that we have the right of freedom of expression. But what we've seen with the passing away of the Queen, what we've seen is that protesters were being hushed away by the police, and in worst cases they're being imprisoned, and they just had blank placards. So this is not this kind of a trope that's found in sociological terms just within the Muslim world. It can be found in other countries, and most specifically countries that are backed by Western agenda. For instance, Saudi Arabia is backed by the West, despite of its human rights violations against Muslim people, despite the hypocrisy of the Saudi regime. So it's a very interesting question, and thank you so much for asking it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the three speakers already share their research with us, and then if I can say that there are some connections of what they just discussed. So Pak Lutfi talk about the colonialism, the leader in the terms of colonialisms, and then Julio talk about how the Caliph supported Hunain. And then Hanif talk about the Turtusi with regard to the rules. And also Pak Hanif talk about interpretations, while Julio talk about the translator. And then Hanif talk about Turtusi and the opinions. So I think the three speakers talk about the persons in a different context. And then I think I'm going to continue the discussion in the breakout rooms with the three speakers. And then I offer back to Pak Tim.
Thank you very much, Nadir, and thank you for hosting that very complex series of presentations. And thanks to the speakers, of course. In a moment, I'm going to ask Dr. Helen Pausacker, the Deputy Director of the Centre for Indonesian Law, Islam and Society here in the Melbourne Law School, to close today's seminar. But before that, Muhammad Hanif Khan reminded me that I forgot at the start of our conference to acknowledge our own First Nations here in Australia. So I stand corrected. Thank you for that reminder, Muhammad. And of course, the Melbourne Law School acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations as the traditional owners of the land on which the law school stands, as I'm sure everybody does of the lands on which they stand, and we pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. And with that error of mine corrected, I'd like to ask Helen, please, to join us to close today's conference.
Thank you, Tim. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. In fact, you stole my first sentence, because I was going to, and do acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation in parting, given it wasn't done at the beginning. So apart from Tim's omission, I'd like to thank the mentors, Professor Tim Lindsay, Dr. Jeremy Kingsley, Associate Professor Greg Feely, Dr. Dina Afrianti and Dr. Nadir Shah Hussain for their amazing help in helping students. I formerly was also a PhD student who went through this and know just how valuable it is to sit in a small group of people and talk to someone who has great knowledge but isn't your supervisor, so that you can have other chats that you might not have had with your supervisor and get just yet another viewpoint on your research. So on behalf of everybody, I'm sure you all thanked your mentors personally, but on behalf of everybody, thank you to the mentors. I'd also like to thank all the speakers for getting ready. It's not necessarily the easiest job to speak on Zoom. It's a lot harder than in a group of people where you've got people waving at you, smiling and saying, well done, you're having to do it to your computer screen, which isn't the most reactive. So congratulations to everybody for your talks. This wouldn't have happened without Catherine Taylor, who will, I hope, bring up herself onto the screen if she's there. Catherine? I like to thank in person. No, well, anyway, I will thank Catherine, and she's obviously not going to show herself to us. But thank you so much, Catherine. Catherine's done all the work behind the screens. When things go wrong, it's Catherine who fixes it. The person who set it up in the first place was Catherine. So Catherine, together with Tim, have put an amazing amount of work into this. So thank you very much, Catherine. Finally, I'd like to thank everybody, the speakers, the mentors, and those who listened. We have gone from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. with only half an hour break. Now, some people run marathons, but I think we can all pat ourselves on the back for having sat a marathon. That's an amazing amount of time, 6 hours with only half an hour to get up. So congratulations to everybody for lasting the distance, those who have. And for those who didn't last the distance, I do understand it's a long time. So thank you to everyone, and we look forward to seeing you again in a year's time. Tim, do you want to say the final word?
I'll just say thank you very much again. And some of the mentors were once PhD students presenting at this conference. And I'm sure many of you will, I hope, present again, but one day you come back as mentors to join us. Thanks again. Goodbye. See you next year.